All right, welcome back, True Seeker. Donald Trump has officially been sworn in as the 47th president of the United States, becoming the nation's second split-term president. Again, the last was Grover Cleveland, becoming a split-term president 132 years ago, going with the 132 rooms in the White House, going with this country being named September 9th, 1776, a 132-day span from the establishment of the Illuminati. Again, founded by the Jesuit Adam Weishaupt, where the Jesuits served the Roman Catholic Church. And of course, DC is the land of Roman architecture. Again, if you're new here, Gematria, it reveals all things. Split term equals 132. United States of America equals 132. Roman Catholic, 132. Catholic Church, 132. Revelation 13:2 about the beast is interesting, which we'll get to, in light of Trump returning as number 47, the man who runs on mega, the highest degree of the Church of Satan. But we'll start off here with the question from CBD. He said, Biden did finish his term. Why do you think the prophecy didn't work out? Just simply that, Gerald Ford's prediction. Gerald Ford's prediction could still end up being true. Again, for people who don't know about the prediction of Gerald Ford, he said in 1989 to a young little girl, she asked him, Mr. President, when will we get the first female president? And he said, well, here's how it's going to happen. There's going to be an old man someday, and there will be a young woman vice president. The old man will be president, and the old man will die, and we'll get our first female president. It seemed like Kamala very likely could have been that person because she was literally born the same day that Herbert Hoover died, and Gerald Ford made those remarks in the Herbert Hoover Library. Obviously, that did not happen unless somehow in the future she's going to return as a VP again, but that's hard to imagine. Just never know in the wacky United States of America. But again, the more important prediction that we had 4 years ago was that Donald Trump would return as president in 2025. Of course, Trump equals 25. Here he is in 2025. I'm going to give 25% tariffs to Canada and Mexico, as he announces on the 25th of November. Again, the point of this stream is to remind people that America is again, our government in this country is a puppet show, and we are not electing these people. You're being made to feel like you're some kind of important participant in a rigged spectacle. Kind of like if you went to a rigged football game and you were loud and you thought you generated the turnover as Lamar Jackson clearly throws the ball to Von Miller last night in the National Fixed League. As the $11 million man can't catch a little 3-foot pass that any peewee football player who's 7 years old would have caught last night. Again, it's the same cabal controlling all of this stuff. The things that distract us, that divide us, that entertain us, that energize us, that create the culture that we have, which is one where, we live on a giant slave ship and we pay a lot in taxes to a military industrial complex and we don't say much about it. That speech is passed from 64 years ago. And again, who's done anything about the military industrial complex? And sadly, if things continue as they are, it'll be another 64 years and nobody will have done anything about the big tech industrial complexes Biden just warned about, which of course Biden helped grow in the time he was in office, just like Trump did. Again, where we live in this digital surveillance state where literally every last thing we do is tracked by Big Brother. Again, that is the trajectory of America right now. You see a lot of people in D.C. today who are clueless about everything, celebrating the return of Trump. Biden's exit speech was probably the most important part of his presidency about oligarchy and the surveillance state that's coming through big tech. It is coming if America doesn't wake up and America just keeps cheering the circus on instead of ending the circus. But yeah, also just the way people are too. People have to change as human beings. CBD, who left this super chat and asked this question, also asked the exact same question in the last live stream, and it makes me think they might be a troll. But again, always focusing on negative rather than positive. And what everyone should be focused on is how we've nailed the last 2 elections. And you could even argue that we've nailed the last 3 elections. I don't think anyone in the world said it earlier. I said it in 2015 after the first GOP debate that they were going to install Trump the Apprentice as the president by the numbers. 2020, the asterisk next to that is about 3 or 4 months before the election. I thought I was wrong. And I said, actually, it looks like they're going to put Hillary in. I ended up being wrong about that, but I saw it from day one why they were putting Trump in there. And again, 2020, I think we were the only people on the internet who explained over and over for more than a year in advance why Biden would become number 46 weeks after the Pope's birthday, in light of what he did to his son, Beau Biden, at age 46, and in light of what 46 means to Catholicism. The only other Catholic president, JFK, was killed at age 46. Every time I say that, somebody says, he wasn't number 46. Killed at age 46, not number 46. He was number 35, killed on I-35. And in Gematria, Catholic equals 35 when you run the alphabetic order forwards, 46 when you run it in reverse, kind of like how Biden also got inaugurated on the Pope's 35th day of his age. And again, it was obvious Trump was coming back as the nation's second Grover Cleveland since he had his convention in Cleveland in 2016. It was all foretold. And again, this is the 60th inauguration today. Donald Trump equals 60. So we're just going to go over some of the rituals and some of the things that are buzzing as he comes back in as president. Remember, when Grover Cleveland became president the second time in his split term, the second term, there was a major economic collapse. The first time Trump was running, the big hit show on TV was House of Cards. A house of cards is a terminology for an economy that's on the verge of collapse. And again, the reason things are so high and kept together is largely because of all the money printing and all the money that's been pumped into the market. But we are a house of cards. This nation is a house of cards. This nation is a land of tyrants and fascists. And again, Donald Trump, very much symbolic of that. It's amazing that anybody is cheering on the return of Trump in light of what he did the last time he was president, where he went with the scandemic and declared himself the father of the jab and went along with the lockdowns. He'll argue that, oh, well, I left it up to the states. No, you should have been a leader and said, listen, this is the land of the free, home of the brave. We're not locking down for nothing from some 99.9% survivable illness. Again, the reason Trump went along with the banker scam is because he's bought and paid for by the bankers, owned by the bankers. And again, nobody's ever given such a gift to the bankers as Donald Trump did, signing off on over $10 trillion in stimulus money, which is printing of money. And now he says he's going to come back and fix inflation. Well, he's the guy that got the rocket ship of inflation going by signing off on the printing of all of that money. And for him to come back and say he's going to clean up the border, well, I mean, didn't you promise the last time that you were going to get the border wall built and, stop the immigration? Another thing that didn't happen. Understand, these people are not in charge of the policy or the decisions. Again, they're just the puppets going out there and executing the script. But again, he's going to clean up all the problems that either he didn't follow through with the first time or he started in his last term. I mean, it's just such a joke. And the fact that the American people are happy about this moment, you guys, we're a nation of nearly 400 million people. The majority of that number are adults, and all we get to choose from in the last, 3 elections are, the game show guy, old man who's way past his prime, and the game show guy again. And remember, DC stands for District of Criminals, so it's so appropriate that Trump comes back as a felon. Remember, felon equals 25 like Trump. Trump's the first felon president in 2025, all part of the script. In the same way, felon and Trump equal 25, indoors equals 40. First indoor inauguration in 40 years. The last time was number 40, Ronald Reagan, the other Hollywood actor who runs on Mega, who again was a lifelong Democrat before becoming a Republican once he went into office. Two wings of the same bird are these political parties. The rhetoric might sound different. The bases of people vote for these parties for different reasons. But at the end of the day, the political parties they keep everybody locked into the same voting mechanisms. Always got to keep something going with abortion. Abortion, one of the things that drives the majority of people to come out and vote and either claim Democrat or Republican. And you don't really ever see the politicians talking about how we need to make America a better place so that no longer do women feel the need to get an abortion. Again, if we lived in a better society, you would drastically see abortions fall. If people felt like they had community and cost of living wasn't so insane. If people still had families, again, how did the family get destroyed? By the state. The state's what destroyed the family. Again, driving households to have both parents outside of the household, and then no longer are children being raised by their families. They're now growing up in the state school system. Again, these are all components to how we got where we are today. And you don't hear any of these leaders ever talking about any of this or how we need to solve these problems. They just keep you, glued to the latest distraction. And again, to ask the Republicans to solve the border crisis or the Democrats is pure insanity, because how did the whole border crisis get so insane in the first place? Go back to the early 90s. NAFTA. Remember who passed NAFTA? It was mostly Republicans. It was Republican legislation. Bill Clinton, a Democrat, was the president. Go back and listen to what Byron Dorgan was saying would happen if NAFTA passed. He was one of the only politicians. There's always a politician or two speaking truth to power. And back then it was Byron Dorgan. Byron Dorgan laid out that if NAFTA passed, it would destroy the Mexican farmer, and they would be left with no choice but to come up to America where they could support themselves and their family. Mexico was an agricultural nation, and NAFTA destroyed the Mexican farmer. It was understood that was going to happen. Again, because negotiated a trade deal where the only people who could make any profit were the mega corporations, who've only become more mega, a different type of mega in terms of larger and bigger ever since then. A corporation who gives you a gazillion, corn kernels, they can make a profit when the corn kernel's worth next to nothing, but the average farmer, he can't feed his family on that. This is what happens when they make these insane trade deals. And again, this is why, once upon a time it was understood. You don't want monopolies. You don't want companies that are so huge, so omnipotent that nothing else can compete, because it creates problems for society. And again, because those things that are so big are what have taken over our government and the politicians, who don't care about anything other than their own profit, power, and control. Again, it's why we live in the society we now live in. Again, rewind. Right after World War II, what did it look like in America? One parent worked, one stayed home and raised the children, which was typically the mother for biological reasons. It's like when my little girl's crying, I wish I could put her up to my chest and feed her, but that's not the way it works. She needs mom, nature. But again, post-World War II, you had one parent working, one at home raising the children, families intact, and through that one parent working, they could afford to pay the bills, pay for the child's education, not rack up a ton of debt. I mean, it was like unheard of. That nobody was getting in debt to become educated and go to school and earn a better life. None of that was happening. And just one parent working. Fast forward to 2025. And it's been this way for a lot longer than this. I mean, it's been this way for my entire time growing up. I was born in 83. Both parents working, both parents making ends meet, can barely keep up with the bills. A lot of families in debt, and then you want to go to college, and you got to take on a big debt burden. A health problem comes up. That's the other thing. I mean, health costs weren't insane after people weren't losing their homes over having a medical procedure. All of these things didn't happen by accident. They happened because America ignored all the warnings of what people who wanted life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, who had those ideas and wanted them for the populace, all of the people who helped create what once was and who warned about certain things, pretty much everything they taught about has been ignored. Again, and including the central bank. Jefferson, who was probably the most important founder in this country. Some people might argue with that, but I'd say, all right, let's debate about it, because it seems like Jefferson gave all of the very important warnings and had all the right ideas. And if you had a government of Thomas Jeffersons, we wouldn't have the problems we have today. But he understood you could not have a central bank. He said, once you have that central bank, the rest is out the window. Again, you have to understand what a central bank is. A central bank is a private institution that makes money off loaning money to the government. So they have an incentive, and again, who runs central banks? Powerful, wealthy people. They have an incentive to create needs for governments to get loans. And what do we see recurring over and over in this world again? Needless wars that don't need to happen, where the government goes to the central bank and gets a big loan and then owes a big debt burden with a whole lot of interest on it. And by the way, I'm just so sick of hearing people say about how Trump's back, no more wars. He was the only president with no wars. That is such a load of BS. I mean, you guys, what Obama, the guy with bomb in his name, did when he became president, he drastically increased the drone bombing to like this insane level. Trump increased it even more. And again, I really just hate the whole idea of drone bombing. It's just another thing that goes against the phrase, land of the free, home of the brave. Like, what is brave about having guys in a trailer, like playing video games, but it's real life, dropping bombs on people's heads? And who really needs to get bombed anyway? Oh, there's ISIS out. Where did ISIS come from? Oh, did that come from Al Qaeda? And where did Al Qaeda come from? Oh, did that come from CIA funding? Yeah. Again, your own government's creating all of these problems with our taxpayer dollars. You guys, just all of this stuff is such a joke. They compared Biden to Jimmy Carter the whole time. We told you what day they were going to call Georgia for Joe Biden before it was even called for him, in light of just understanding the numbers and in light of understanding the parallels between Jimmy Carter and Joe Biden. And we got to see, I told you Jimmy Carter was going to die in the time Biden was president, which wasn't such a great prediction because he was such an old man, but we knew it'd be connected to Biden. Jimmy Carter, number 39, dies 39 days after Joe Biden's birthday, after they kept him in weekend at Bernie's mode for 2 years. Remember how long he stayed in respite care for? Remember his wife went into respite care and died within days, and died the day before Biden's birthday. But again, about this Jimmy Carter and Biden thing, Jimmy Carter, he had the 444-day Iranian hostage crisis that ended the day the Hollywood actor Ronald Reagan comes into office. And now what do we have? We have this hostage deal, negotiated by Biden and Trump, right as Trump comes into office. And again, if you guys weren't here, you can still watch my video. It's on GematriaEffectNews 22. I don't really use that channel anymore, but it has the video on there from the day Netanyahu came back on December 29, 2022, explaining why the war would start in Israel in 2023, around the time Yale would turn 322 years old. Again, that war began 2 days before Yale turned 322. And again, the point is, all this stuff that Trump says he's going to do when he comes back: end the war in Russia, Ukraine, end the war in Israel, get the hostages back, get the inflation down. The one thing that Trump definitely can do, and again, there's puppets. Part of the reason energy costs are so high, which makes everything else more expensive, in addition to the money printing, is because, of course, when Biden came into power, he stopped the oil pipelines. And Again, that made buku profits for the oil industry. And when they open up drilling, that'll make more profits for them. And it'll keep the political divide going back and forth because some people wanted the drilling stop because they care very much about the environment and they know that there was less environmental destruction. And then there's other people who don't care as much because they just want to be able to afford to feed their families. And if Anwar or whatever else doesn't look as pretty as it used to, that's not as much of a concern to them. But again, the point is, no matter what they're doing, the big tyrants in industry, and again, fascism is the merger of government and corporation. The fascists that run this nation, they're making money on both ends. Well, look at the record profits that big oil made. That means part of the excess cost we've been spending on oil has been just that, bigger prices for bigger profit margins for them. Again, if you're new here, my message is this: you cannot stop, you cannot continue to vote for the lesser of two evils. And what you have to recognize is what is the evil behind the lesser of two evils that controls the puppet show and the ritualism and the insanity that ultimately at the end of the day is always serving very powerful interests while the rest of us get the short end of the stick. Again, less wealth, less quality of life, less health. You have to recognize what the driving force is and who the manipulators are. And again, coming back to Jefferson and Adams were the two most outspoken founders about what would happen to this nation or what could happen to this nation if the Jesuit order came out of suppression. Again, the Jesuit order was in suppression in the time that this nation was founded. And that's part of the reason they created the Illuminati in their time of their suppression. Again, Jesuits warned about from the beginning. Isn't it funny that the two most outspoken guys about the Jesuits just happened to die together on the same day on a very ironic day of days, July 4th, 1826? And then Monroe, who also wasn't a big fan of the church, died 1,826 days later, also on 7/4. And again, you learn this Gematria thing, you start to realize, like, holiday equals 74, Independence Day equals 74, but killing equals 74. Again, the Ides of March. Remember, the killing of Caesar is on the 74th day of the year. Don't forget that whole thing with Mangini, Luigi Mangione. Is that it? Luigi Mangione. I think that's it. Don't forget that whole thing was pointing to the Ides of March, March 15th. Again, looked like another made-for-TV hoax, the supposed assassination of the insurance CEO. But that was at the same hotel where Trump was for the 2016 selection, the 47-story Midtown Hilton Hotel, 47 stories, the assassination 47 days before the election. Trump number 47. And again, don't forget, I mean, we've been documenting the Trump 47 rituals for forever, so it only makes sense that he's back as number 47. And I have always said that Trump could just become number 47, or he could be 48, because Donald Trump equals 48 the small way, Trump's 47 the big way. But of course, from day one, you know, the border wall, big focus for number 47, who 47 years after we gave away the Panama Canal, all of a sudden Trump wants that back. Again, just more ritualism, tribute to Jimmy Carter. You know, Jimmy Carter, who gave it away in 77. Again, with the whole crackdown on immigration, again, the border and the border wall, big focus. And remember we talked about with the election how Trump got 312 electoral college votes, and I pointed out, I said, oh, well, that's the Chicago area code 312. And you know, back in 1988, Oprah from the 312 asked Trump if he'd want to be president someday, and then Oprah teamed up with Kamala in this election, and Kamala had her DNC in Chicago. And remember, the day that they called the election for Trump, that same day, Candyman died, a movie set in Chicago. And now the first crackdown is going to be in Chicago for the immigrants. Again, these things aren't an accident. The point is to see all of the ritualism, how they operate by a numerical code every single day. And again, why do they do that? Again, it's Kabbalah. Trump's written about Kabbalah in his book. Trump's familiar with Kabbalah. Trump has a Kabbalah plaque that he keeps in his office. But again, in Kabbalah, there's a text, the Book of Formation. The opening paragraph says, God created the world with numbers, letters, and words. Numbers, letters, and words. The practice of coding numbers into words is Gematria. And again, you learn this practice, you see through all of the ritualism. Again, like how Donald Trump equals 60. He wins the 60th election. He's the guy on the 60th inauguration. 60 is a biblical number too. Trump had the $60 Trump Bible for the election. And that's a mockery too. Again, Trump, who runs on the highest degree of the Church of Satan, mega. Remember, Obama told the joke on the Church of Satan's 45th birthday that Trump would become number 45 at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, April 30th, 2011, 45 days before Trump's birthday. If you go back to July 14th, 2022, that was the day where Trump came out and said informally that he'll be running in the upcoming election. Later that day, there was a 72-page report based on 60 legal cases by conservatives against Trump who didn't want him to become president. And then the third story on July 14th, 2022 was that Trump's ex-wife fell down the stairs and died 45 years after their marriage, which was in 77. Now it's 47 years and change later since they got married. But again, it was 45 years after their marriage that she died. And that was exactly 60 weeks into the first ever Jesuit Ignatian year, which began on Cannonball Day, and it ran more than a calendar year. It began May 20th, 2021, and it ended July 31st, 2022. But again, exactly 60 weeks in, Donald Trump equals 60, says he's going to run that day, and then his ex-wife dies. And we were on it before then for why he was coming back, but we really doubled down that day. I said, what more do you need to see about the upcoming rigged election? And it's a tragedy that we live in a country where we have these phones and this ability to share information, and almost nobody knows about anything that we've been talking about for 4 years. All of the ritualism foreshadowing that Donald Trump, Jesuit educated at Fordham, would return in this Jesuit-controlled nation. And again, I just want to remind people, if you look up on the government website what the official name of today is, it's Inauguration of the President of the United States. That's the official name of today. And you can see that equals 201 when you take the alphabetic order with numerology. If you're new here, there are 4 base ciphers of the English language. The alphabetic order, A is 1 up to Z is 26. The alphabetic order with numerology, A is 1 up to Z is 26, but you apply numerology to each letter. So you just compress each letter to a single digit number. Z is 8 because the 26 becomes 2 plus 6 is 8. Y, the 25th letter, becomes 2 plus 5 is 7. X, the 24th letter, becomes 2 plus 4 is 6. XXX, 666. But inauguration of the President of the United States, 201. January 20th, the majority of the world writes 20/1. And then the other thing about today is, again, if you measure from the nation's birthday, July 4th, would have been 2024 last year, to today, it's January 20th is always the 201st day of the nation's age, okay? Who's 201 important to? The Jesuits. The Jesuit order equates to 201. And Trump buried his ex-wife on the 201st day of the year. There's been so many 201 rituals with Trump, Biden, all these people. When Joe Biden sacrificed Beau Biden at 46, it was 201 days before the first Jesuit Pope's birthday. Pope Francis is the first Pope to live in Suite 201. His birth name is Jorge Mario Bergoglio, which is 201. Again, the founder of the Jesuits, Ignatius of Loyola, his name is 201. This number, very important to the Jesuits. What does 201 mean? It means enlightenment. Enlightenment in the occult is knowledge. This 201 is symbolic of knowledge. These people are using a knowledge that almost no one is aware of. The Illuminati was founded by the Jesuit Adam Weishaupt, and he called it Order of Illuminati, which is 201. What is Illuminati? Illuminated, in the light. Adam Weishaupt died in history 201 days after the anniversary of the Illuminati's establishment. Established May 1st, 1776. He died on November 18th, 1830, 201 days from that day. It's just like the State of Israel. That's its official name, State of Israel, 201. David Ben-Gurion, the first prime minister, died December 1st, 1973, 201 days after the anniversary of Israel being established on May 14th. And it's why Netanyahu came back on 12/29 when 12/29 is the 201st prime. It's also why he left office on June 13th, the day leaving 201 days left in the year. Remember, Biden and Putin, and let's not forget, the Jesuits were saved by Catherine the Great, the leader of Russia in the time of their suppression. with 201 Jesuit priests. But again, Biden and Putin, they met on Pearl Harbor Day to discuss the conflict with Russia and Ukraine before the war began, exactly 201 days into the first ever Jesuit Ignatian year. And then the war began in the Donbass region, which is 201. Again, the war with Israel and Hamas began in a major Jesuit ritual synced with the Superior General, the Pope, Netanyahu, when Biden sent the 95 billion to Israel and Ukraine. He did that on the 201st day of the war in Israel. And remember, the Jesuits were originally created to counter the 95 Theses, and they were created 201 months after Martin Luther penned the 95 Theses. It's funny how there's been all this predictive programming for an assassination of Trump. We were talking about this before any of the stuff happened on the campaign trail. It had to do with the day RFK Jr. got in the race, how it paid tribute to the assassination of his father and his uncle. But again, MLK, who assumed the name Martin Luther after the Protestant Reformation leader, MLK was killed on the 95th day of 1968, April 4th, in a leap year, which 68 was. That's the 95th day of the year. The nation's first major gun control legislation came 201 days later. And it also came 139 days after RFK's death, where gun control is 139. And don't forget, RFK had just spoken about the need for gun control in relation to MLK 10 days before his assassination. Again, you can spiral into all kinds of things. If you look into all the major mass shootings in this nation's history, they have 201 connections. You see how Second Amendment's 256, and that's the 201st composite number. Again, these people are so cleverly thought out. The assault weapons ban in 94 was on the 256th day of the year, and it was on September 13th, which can be written 13/9. Like, again, gun control is 139. Anyway, you have to remember that Trump is for gun control. When he was the president last time, he said, I like take the guns first, due process second. That's why it's maddening that so many people think this guy is some kind of great conservative, some kind of great patriot. I mean, what box does he actually check for any of those things? Big time spender, went with the banker scam out of Switzerland, didn't uphold the idea of land of the free, home of the brave at all in the time of the scandemic. I like take the guns first, due process second. I mean, totally un-American. And again, the problem is when people are like, well, what? So what? You would have had Biden or Kamala? Did you hear that come out of my mouth? No, what I said, what came out of my mouth is people have to stop supporting this system and this tyranny and these liars and this deception and these ongoing agendas that make life a lot more expensive, a lot less happy for a lot of people, a lot less safe, a world where bodily sovereignty has already been jeopardized, and with what's planned in coming forward, could be compromised a lot more. And you see how they're setting up a very much deja vu scenario for Trump. You got all these little epidemics breaking out in the world right now. Bird flu is the one that's impacting America the most. Some of us are getting a lot more impacted than others. For over a month now, egg prices have been insane in Washington State. Where I am, I can't get a dozen eggs for cheaper than $10 right now. And again, I could commute a little ways, and there are places where it's a little bit cheaper. But the point is, I mean, $10 for a dozen eggs, it's pretty, go back 5 years, it would have been hard to pay more than $4 for some free range hormone and I'm just talking about the cheap eggs. The cheap eggs are $10 for a dozen right now. The ones that probably would have been $1.50 or $2 5 years ago. Again, these things aren't happening by accident. They're happening because America is not understanding that so few people control so much in this nation, and they have plans for us. Again, Trump's Jesuit buddy, Klaus Schwab, who runs the World Economic Forum, he said in June of 2020, he said by 2030, you'll own nothing and be happy. He said that a decade before 2030. Shortly after that, you had Mark Zuckerberg, who's now buddy with Trump, come out and say, oh, We got Meta planned for you by 2030, where you can live in virtual reality. You can do almost everything from virtual reality. You can live your life indoors. Do you think that could be part of the symbolism of the first indoor inauguration in 40 years? The last one was for number 40 for Ronald Reagan's second term. And the thing is, too, that's so sad is we live in a nation where people say, well, what were they supposed to do? It's so cold there. Well, there's a lot of people outside there, so they could have done it outside. Other people are outside. But again, the thing that's sad is people don't understand. There is such a thing as weather control. And how can they not know this in the information age when it was literally JFK who went to the United Nations in 1961 on the date September 25th and gave a speech about the future of weather control? And he said back then, we don't have to worry about drought or famine because they had cloud seeding technology. They knew how to make rainfall. And here we're watching LA burn up, right? Because supposedly it was so dry, because it was so dry for so many months, because it was such a drought. Well, LA's right along the Pacific. It wouldn't be the hardest place to use the cloud seeding technology to suck up the moisture from the Pacific. So why did we not do that for LA or any city that's facing these conditions? Look at all these crazy fires in recent years for the same reason. It was really dry. It was a drought period. The wind started up. Okay, is this acceptable? In 1961, the president explained to the United Nations this doesn't have to happen anymore. So here we are in 2025, 64 years later. Well, 63 years and change. And what's the excuse? They forgot how to do it after Vietnam. They only knew how to flood out the Vietnamese troops with the cloud seeding with Operation Popeye. The Royal Air Force lost the knowledge too after the Lynmouth flood on the Jesuit order's birthday, August 15, 1952. This is the problem of living in a society where so few people are actually pursuing truth and knowledge and trying to retain history and make sense of what's going on in the world. And then those of us who are doing it, we're getting made fun of by our peers who think they're holier than thou because they're ignorant. And they're like, well, I just turned on the news and I just saw the congressman go on the TV and say everyone like you's a whack job who thinks that the government can influence weather. Like, funny how in the 2020s that you're now a whack job when in 1961 the president was presenting that this was now where we were in terms of technology and research and development. And again, like I talked about when we had the massive hurricanes that devastated a lot of the Southeast. By the way, if you were here, we explained why it was going to be a worse hurricane season than normal. And we were called that out a year in advance. And we said exactly why. And we proved our point why. Remember, the congressman they got from Florida who went all on the news and made all the rounds on all the stations calling people like us who are aware of what's going on whack jobs. I called his office and left a long voicemail with the secretary. You can go back and watch that. She listened to me talk for about 10 minutes. But I said, isn't it so funny that this congressman who they've chosen, it was literally his 26th birthday that the United States government passed a ban on weather warfare, implementing what they'd done in Geneva 5 years earlier. And the thing that was so funny about it was that congressman who had that bill passed when he was a younger man, when he literally on his 26th birthday, is that he began his political career in Florida's 26th district. And if you've read my first book, Letters and Numbers, you know that the first chapter of that book is about what 26 is about and why there's 26 letters in the alphabet and why God makes man in the 26th verse of the Bible and why in Gematria God equals 26 and so does Adam and a lot of other things. Again, 26 is this really interesting number that connects God to man, to the stars, to language. You know, science has this belief that we're all essentially made out of stardust, the Big Bang, this massive explosion, which gave rise to life. Whereas people who have more of a biblical perspective, God makes man out of the dust of the earth in his image. But yeah, the word God. G is the 7th letter, O is the 15th, D is the 4th. Added up 26. And I'm telling you, it wasn't an accident they got that guy to make it seem like humanity doesn't have the capability to control the weather. That's nature, that's God. And it's like, well, a lot of men in this world have been trying to advance technology to be more godlike. And I'd say sadly, some psychopaths have achieved. Well, it might, again, you can create technology to have influence the weather for all the right reasons. JFK's weather control speech wasn't about to ruin the world or dominate the world or destroy the world or burn the world down. It was so there didn't have to be famine and drought, to ensure there could be, crops, a good harvest, that a forest doesn't have to burn down because it was such a dry year. And I just hate that we live in a world where people are really only getting their information through television and mainstream media, which it might, again, our mainstream media really should be considered the fourth branch of government, and the propaganda wing, just controlling the lane that they want people to think in. And as time goes on, our government gets more and more fascist, more and more tyrannical, less and less honest, more and more devious. And you see it. I mean, it's where we are now. We literally have the return of a guy who runs on the highest degree of the Church of Satan, who sacrificed a number of family members. Remember, his brother died on the Jesuit order's birthday. His sister, who was a lawyer for Trump, died by the numbers. I forget, did she die on Aleister Crowley's birthday last year? I can go back and double check that. But Trump's sister, who was a lawyer for Reagan, died at the end of 2023. What he did to his ex-wife, his grandmother years ago. I mean, and it's the same thing with Biden. Biden sacrificed his wife and daughter days after becoming senator elected in a 201 ritual. Then years later, sacrifices his son in a 201 ritual. These people, that's how, understanding this knowledge, you can see who controls these people, who they had to make their sacrifices to be on the throne in the Jesuit stronghold. Again, the nation's capital wasn't always D.C. That's where the Jesuits set up camp. The first recognized president is George Washington, who became president 2 months after Georgetown, the first Jesuit university, was established. Again, Jesuit city, and then inauguration moved to the 201st day of the year. These are things that are symbolic and important to the Jesuits. So how New Year's got off to a bang in New Orleans, and every face of that was Jesuit educated. And again, where the New Orleans attack in Trumpet Town, named after Louis Armstrong, synced up with the Trump Tower Cybertruck explosion. Remember the guy who blew up the Cybertruck? His name equaled 369. Like Tesla has the quote about 369. Cybertruck equals 45, like New Orleans. Azamura, the club that got shot up in Queens, Trump's hometown, at the end of New Year's Day, also equaled 45. 2025 has a square root of 45, the return to number 45 in 2025. Again, all of this stuff is ritualism, predictive programming, signs of the times, reminding you that you live in a really messed up society. So here, for people who want to join, I did pin the comment. You're welcome to join. Just again, I want to remind, first indoors inauguration in 40 years, the last to do it, number 40. Look how perfect it is. Look how perfect it is. This cipher right here, the alphabetic order with numerology, again, this is the one in Manly P. Hall's The Secret Teachings of All Ages from 1926. I mean, look at this, you guys. Let me just write out this one. You watched the game last night? Buffalo 27, Ravens 25. Does that remind you anything? Was the score last night 27-25 because Mark Andrews can't catch a little dinky 3-foot pass? How do you get paid $11 million? You got grip gloves on and you can't catch a little 3-foot pass? I'm pretty sure my 95-year-old senile grandmother, if I would have thrown her that ball, she would have caught it. The Eagles in back-to-back weeks have 22 points in their game. You pay attention to this knowledge, you see how the whole game is rigged. Like Trump back in 2025, and Biden's out in the start of 2025, and it's the first felon 2025, and Biden's pardoning 5 family members. What's the square root of 25? Is it 5? Remember the whole thing with Hunter Biden, born on the 35th day of the year. Remember, just everything about it. When he's found guilty, the pardoning, just the same Jesuit numbers over the whole thing. The first time that CNN covered the Hunter Biden laptop story was even on the 201st day of the year. You know, Fox News was covering it months before, but CNN finally covered it on the 201st day of the year, years ago now. So, but yeah, he's back to finish the wall. If you've never seen the show Track Down, from when Donald Trump was just a little kid, 12 years old, about the con man named Trump who wants to build a wall in Texas. Again, it's how long all this stuff is, how long this script is planned out that we're living out. There's a reason that all of these presidents were born around the time the CIA was established. You know, Trump, Clinton, the second Bush, all born in 46, the year before the CIA was established in 47. Again, if you're new here, 47 is a very special number. Trump, back in 2020, was saying he'd done more in 47 months than Biden had done in 47 years. Remember, Biden became senator-elect in 72, the year that Richard Nixon became president. That was the 47th U.S. presidential election. And then Biden was in office for 47 years before he became president himself. And, of course, he took office with 47-year-old Obama as the vice president. But, again, in the base ciphers, president, White House, government authority, Republican, Whig, Democrat. Remember, Lincoln made the Whig Party the Republican Party, and he delivered that speech 7 years ago. D.C.'s the Masonic city. The Masons study the 47th prom of Euclid. This nation's birthday can be written 4/7, like 4th of July, 4th of 7th month. But again, Democrat, D.C., Trump, the list goes on. Words like news is 47. Vatican is 47. Remember last year we had the first Super Bowl on the Vatican's birthday. The score was 25-22, 47 points. Vatican's 25. If you run it in reverse, it's 47. You know, it's just like, again, JFK number 35, killed on I-35 at age 46. Catholic 35 forwards, 46 in reverse. Learn this knowledge. See through the ritualism. But yeah, just also that the first crackdown by ICE is going to be in Chicago, the 312 area code, after Trump got 312 electoral college votes. In Jewish Gematria, ICE raids is 201, which is curious, while the Capitol's iced over, so they have the indoors inauguration. And I wanted to go back and look more at ICE. I knew it came out of like the Department of Homeland Security after 9/11. Look at what day it was created, you guys. It was created on March 1st in 2003. Is March 1st not the 60th day of the year? Of course it is. March 1st is the 60th day of the year. Donald Trump's 60th election, 60th inauguration, the ICE crackdowns. They were supposed to start right away, but they're saying that because the media leaked the plans, they have to reevaluate. They're worried it could be dangerous for the ICE agents because people could be prepared for them. ICE stands for U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, which is also 197, the 45th prime. Again, 2025 has a square root of 45, the return of number 45, because he didn't get his wall built that he said Mexico was going to pay for the first time around. And let's not forget how they called the election for Trump on the anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall. Remember that one? Berlin Wall 45. The election called for Trump November 9th, 2016, the first time. And 2016 is the 63rd triangular number. So what a ritual to have Trump, Mr. Wall, on the anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall. You might recall they took out Muhammad Ali that year on June 3rd when they say the Prophet Muhammad died at 63. Again, 2016 is the 63rd triangular number. We'd said years in advance why Muhammad Ali would die at 74. Again, Muhammad equals 74, like killing. Fateful number. And just for the record, Muhammad Ali, one of the collection of black men who weren't born with the names they were given, but have some familiar numbers coded in. You can see how Muhammad's 74, but Muhammad Ali's got the 42 number stamped all over black history. The 201. And by the way, just this tradition that before inauguration, how the presidents go to church. Again, supposedly this nation's all about separation of church and state, right? But the every 4-year tradition is that they go to the St. John's Church, right? They go to the St. John's Church. They swear in on the Bible. Trump did the same thing Biden did in his last in the last inauguration. He swore in on 2 Bibles, and including the Lincoln Bible, Remember, the Secret Service was created the same day Lincoln was assassinated. Lincoln blamed the American Civil War on the Jesuits. Confederates, another one of those 201 words. Let's not forget how January 6th, in tribute to the Confederacy, which, 1861, like how that day can be written 6-1. Let's not forget how that happened January 6th, 201 days after the Albert Pike statue fell, the only statue of a Confederate in D.C. And why is it there? Because he's one of the most important Freemasons, and D.C. is the Masonic city. And let's not forget that statue came down because of the George Perry Floyd riots. George Perry Floyd, 201, a gazillion 201s with that, including the fact it was compared to a Gematria in Europe, which happened exactly 201 weeks earlier on the 201st day of the year in Paris, France, where Ignatius of Loyola founded the Jesuits. Again, that's why you learn about this code. You can just see who is pulling the strings on all of these things that shape culture, shape the nation. Again, Event 201 was the name of the simulation before the scandemic, put on by a Jesuit. But yeah, again, it's just the same thing over and over and over. And something that came across my feed last night is a popular YouTuber was streaming at the Trump ball from last night, and it was just full of all these super big YouTubers who all towed the Trump line, the conservative line, people that have hundreds of thousands, millions of followers. Just a room full of these social media influencers. And it's frustrating to watch because it's just like, see, this is why the truth's not getting out. I mean, all of this stuff is so controlled. I mean, big tech is as Jesuit can be. Keep in mind, it's headquartered in the Bay Area, where 2 of the nation's 27 Jesuit universities are. But it's just like, here are all the people that are selling us out for clicks and all the money they're making it off it. And they're the ones that command all the attention. I mean, you look at all the bandwidth and what people are watching on social media, it's almost all going towards these people. And then here we are getting deleted and censored and worse views as every day goes on. For people who said, why haven't I streamed that much last week? I got to be honest, man. I just, having a nice little baby takes a lot of time, first of all, but sometimes I'm just sitting there with the baby and I'm thinking, God, I want to go stream about this. But you know what? I'd rather just hold my child and look in my child's eyes and say, oh, what a nice little cute thing. But oh my God, I'm so sad about this world. It's just, I want to fight. And I have. I've been here fighting every day for over 11 years. But it's just like, there's no cavalry coming. And there's so little people that help. It's just like you start the stream and instead of highlighting all the things we're 1,000,000% on, like, hey, what's the college championship today? Was there anybody else in the world who advised anybody before the college football season to put a future in for Notre Dame and Ohio State to be in the championship? Because we did, and we do this year after year. We've nailed every future correctly, pretty much across all major sports in the last year. Said Trump was going to be back in 4 years ago. And again, it's just like there's so many things that you could highlight and bring attention to. But the first super chat is, oh, what about the thing you were wrong about? It's like, yeah, I was wrong about that. That's fine. I can admit I was wrong about that. But again, why is the focus always on the negativity? And yeah, again, I got haters making compilation videos, and is there anyone putting together compilation videos of helpful material? Not really. But again, it's a huge uphill battle to wake people up to what's actually going on, to get knowledge out there that people need to have so they can see through this and not be today being like, oh my God, Jesus Christ put Donald Trump back in office. That kind of stuff is almost making me just want to start to pretend to be an atheist. I could never really be an atheist because I do believe that there is a creator. I see signs in the world that to me I can only explain through some kind of divine intervention or divine making. And again, science does not explain, how this all came to be. But I am more of a deist in my beliefs, too, that God created the world and does provide signs, but God doesn't really intervene in the world beyond that. And they say that's like what the ruling class is to deists. And seemingly so, because they look at it from a different perspective. Like, look, we can be as evil as we want and dominate this world as much as we want. And there's not going to be any consequences. I'm not saying that there's no consequences for negative behavior or positive behavior. I don't know what the afterlife is. I don't claim to know things that are impossible to know, as so many people want to do and delude themselves with. But yeah, just as time goes on, I do feel like spirituality is more of a burden and problem for life on earth than anything else. There's absolutely good things to it. Don't get me wrong, but it's just, again, you look at what religion does. It makes people believe nonsense. It makes people fight over nonsense. It makes people believe in authority and that there is like this priest class and a greater class with a greater set of well, there are people that have greater sets of knowledge, but it's not the religious types. And again, it keeps you all just complacent too. Keeps you all complacent, waiting for, a mythical man in the sky to come save them, or the idea, the world was handed over to Satan. It's always going to be evil. That's why you got to be right with the Lord. And it's like, what if humanity got rid of all this thinking and they started looking at the world as, what can I do to change the world, rather than wait for some mythical figure to come save us? And again, I'm just making the point about how the authority, how they live on the whole religion thing. They go to church before the thing. They swear in on the Bibles. Trump produces his own $60 Bible for the 60th election. You got all these people online who think God. It depends on who you think God is, but you got a lot of Christians who think God brought Trump back to office, who are totally clueless about he's the embodiment of the Church of Satan. And don't forget, not only is MAGA the highest degree of the Church of Satan, don't forget Anton LaVey died 201 days after his birthday, and also 201 days before the sitting Pope's birthday, who was John Paul II at the time. And for the record, with all these 201s, Catholic Pope is another thing that equals 201. Pope Francis, the first Pope to live in Suite 201 at the Vatican, which even has a name. It's the Domus Sanctae Martyr, which is 201. And if you look it up, it was built in tribute to Pope Leo, who died on the 201st day of the year. And do you see how Domus Sanctae Martyr is also 312 when you run it in reverse? Look at Jorge Mario Bergoglio. That's Pope Francis, who's got the 201 and the 312, going with Trump and his 312 electoral college votes. Trump, 88, 25, 47. How old's the Pope right now? 88. On Inauguration Day, you have the Catholic school trying to win the championship, something they haven't done since 88, with a 39-year-old Marcus Freeman when MLK was killed at age 39, and today is 39 years to the day of the first MLK holiday being celebrated, which happened in the time of Reagan, the other mega guy. And there is something to again, this inauguration falling on MLK Day, who was assassinated. Remember, in the Illuminati card game, there's the Enough is Enough card, which is the assassination card, and it has Trump's face. And the first time Trump was in office, Jimmy Kimmel and a number of other politicians all had the headlines with, here, I'm sure if you search it, it'll still come up. Jimmy Kimmel, Trump, Enough is Enough. This phrase was everywhere. It wasn't just Jimmy Kimmel, but Jimmy Kimmel does broadcast from the Masonic Temple. Jimmy Kimmel's made fun of Gematria a number of times now on his program, which is interesting because he's Jewish and it's, mostly practiced within Judaism. But again, Trump coming back at 78. The assassination card in the Illuminati card game is, again, the Enough is Enough card. He's paired up with Elon Musk, who was declared the world's richest man on the 78th death anniversary of Nikola Tesla. Tesla's 78, Jesuit 78. Again, the Tesla truck explodes. The day of the New Orleans shooting, the day of the club shooting in Queens on New Year's Day, the year that Trump comes back. But again, Jesuit 78 like Tesla. For the record, Scottish Rite is also 78, and the rites of the Scottish Rite were written by Jesuit priests, and the 32nd degree of the Scottish Rite shares the motto with the Jesuits in Marum de Gloriam, like how there's 32 sun rays on the Jesuit logo, which is a Christogram, which equates to 131, which is the 32nd prime. Anyway, here, for people who don't know the Enough is Enough card, Illuminati card game, Enough is Enough. If you want to go back and look, when RFK Jr., so here's another 78 word, Kennedy, right? And the Kennedy curse, Kennedy 78, Cleveland is 78, like Trump's back as Grover Cleveland, the next split-term president. Remember, Trump's birthday is also the 165th day of the year. Cleveland also equals 48, like Donald Trump equals 48, like Illuminati equals 48. Again, we've been talking about all these things redundantly in circles over and over for forever. And it's why Trump could have come back to make sense as number 47 or 48. But yeah, this enough is enough card. The Trump tombstone story back in 2016. If you go back and look, November 5th, 2016, 3 days before the election, Trump somebody tried to assassinate him in Nevada. When RFK Jr. got in the race, he filed his paperwork April 5th, 4/5, 2023. The first Trump assassination hoax on July 13th under the 13 stripes, 13 weeks from the anniversary of Lincoln getting shot and the Secret Service being created on the same day. That was 45 days after JFK's birthday anniversary. But again, when RFK Jr. got in the race on 4/5, 2023, did the video that day, how this foreshadowed assassination stories for number 45. Because when RFK Jr. did that, it was 144 days after the leader of the Jesuit order's birthday, the Superior General. Notice how Jesuit orders 144 and 54. Notice Kennedy Curse is the same way, 144 and 54. And notice how Dealey Plaza has the 54 and Ambassador Hotel has the 54 as well. Ambassador Hotel is also 153 like Jesuit order and the Illuminati. But anyway, when RFK died, he died at 1:44 in the morning. When JFK died, he died 144 days from meeting with the Pope. And shortly after his child died on August 9th, the day leaving 144 days left in the year, JFK met with the Pope on July 2nd. From July 2nd to November 22nd is a span of 144 days. And remember, the Jesuit headquarters is the Church of the Gesù, Building 54 in Italy. John Carroll equals 54 in the same cipher, established the first Jesuit university when he was 54 years old. They Live, movie that came out 201 days after Roddy Piper's birthday. Roddy Piper said that movie is a documentary, The Enemy of the World's Cable 54. 2025 is the big year in that movie. Here we are. But remember, Roddy Piper tweeted on the anniversary of the Jesuits being recognized by the Roman Catholic Church that They Live was a documentary, and then he ended up dying on Ignatius of Loyola's death anniversary, the founder of the Jesuits. But by the way, when Trump's ex-wife died in the Jesuit ritual, it was 144 days after her birthday. And notice when you write out the United States of America, it's also 144. The Jesuits came out of suppression 144 days after James Madison's birthday. James Madison's the only 201 president to date. But the United States of America, when you put the in front of it, it's also 99, like how the country was named on 9/9. And people will criticize and say, well, you're looking at things with the and without the. But again, I would just remind and say, well, they're both formally correct. And you can't deny the ritualism. Again, the country was named 132 days from the anniversary of the establishment of the Illuminati, or just from the establishment of the Illuminati. They were both in 1776. May 1st, Illuminati. September 9th, naming of the country. Again, there are 132 rooms in the White House. Split term equals 132. So 132 years since Grover Cleveland began his split term. Again, Catholic Church is 132. Roman Catholics 132. Remember when the Pope came to the country, how everybody got down on their knees for the Pope? That was the 266th day of the year. The Jesuit motto is Jesus Hominum Salvator. Pope Francis is the 266th Pope. On and on and on. When Donald Trump posed with Pope Francis, May 24th, 2017 at the Vatican, that was the 144th day of the year. This year's election was 144 days after Trump's birthday. Don't forget Biden, who's also Jesuit educated. Georgetown simulated that he would win the election June 12th, 2020, and he won it 144 days later. I covered that before January 6th happened because they also simulated that Trump would refuse to step down, which would lead to a deadly altercation in America. Hello, January 6th. Again, YouTube deleted my whole channel for covering the Transition Integrity Project in Georgetown and called it medical misinformation. You know, we've lost 20-some channels. But anyway, here, I do want to take some calls and get people to chime in here. But I want to go back. I looked into the man who created this church. And some things stood out. His name was Benjamin Henry Latrobe, and he's considered the architect of the Capitol. You know what age he died at, Benjamin Henry Latrobe? He died at age 56. Funny enough, he had the the Illuminati was founded on his 12th birthday, but again, dead at 56. Isn't it interesting? That big number in DC. Washington, D.C. is 56. Society of Jesus is 56. You know, the whole scandemic was 56. And remember, that began 56 years after Trump's Jesuit education began at Fordham in 1964. And, you know, today Biden sent a preemptive pardon for Anthony Fauci, in case anybody holds him accountable for all of his sick tests that he did with taxpayer dollars. If you guys don't know about that, you should look into it. All kinds of just nasty gain-of-function tests. And remember, they said, they kept telling you that lab founded by the French in Wuhan in 56, that's not where it came out of. They kept saying that, and then 56 months later, they finally admitted that it did. Fauci was one of those people saying that was just a conspiracy theory. Again, you covered those types of things. You got called misinformation and deleted and censored and taken down. Donald Trump did nothing about it, said nothing about it. People say, well, Donald Trump even got censored on social media. Yeah, by the numbers. It was all symbolic. And hardly put up much of a fuss about it. Should have been the thing he was talking about every day, since this land of the free home of the brave, based on the First Amendment and Second Amendment. Instead, he's like, yeah, you know, I like take the guns first, due process second. That's what he said. Again, just to remind you of one of my favorite ones, how they brought it all together. You remember Sandy Lindsay was the first person to get jabbed in the U.S. on the anniversary of Sandy, H-O-O-K. Another massive 201 ritual, 201 months after the Dunblane massacre, where they were compared. But this is a good story back in 2021. This is the day before January 6th. But they got this cop, Patrick Dragon, who dies in the year of the dragon. Or excuse me. No, Sandy Hook happened in the year of the dragon, excuse me. But Patrick Dragon, who was supposedly a Sandy H-O-O-K responder, they got him posed next to a license plate with a 56, saying he died from the cooties. Remember, Sandy Hook was established in 56. The shooting was 56 years later. Again, big numbers with the Jesuits. Number coded into the shooter's name. And again, then it was Sandy Lindsay getting a different type of shot on the anniversary. And then don't forget that the next year it was Steph Curry breaking the three-point record in New York by the numbers. And when you spell out three as a word equals 56. And at the same time, the mayor of New York then was Bill de Blasio, telling people to get their third booster. I'll give you a free hamburger if you're not into that. Were they one of the states give all this free stuff they gave away for the shots? Over in Europe, they're like giving away free lap dances, tokens for 40-year-old virgins if they want to submit themselves to the experiment. But yeah, anyway, it's just all this stuff, you guys. You can see through all of it. Just know how to turn your ABCs into 1, 2, 3s. And you can see how Trump's part of it, Biden's part of it, Fauci's part of it. You stop taking sides for these two sold-out parties. You're not thinking Elon Musk is some hero. You're seeing he's the great big puppet. Elon Musk, January 7th, 2021, Jeff Bezos here. You know, just, again, just the fact that they had to declare him the richest man on the 78th anniversary of Tesla's death. I have so many posts on it. I probably mentioned it so many times, it's going to come up in everything. Let me punch in a few more things. I want you to see the numbers that they threw on this thing. Okay, so somehow you're still not convinced. Come on. Here it is right here. Here we go. All right. Do you see the reporting, how they said that Tesla's 6% rise that Thursday took his net worth to $191 billion, surpassing Bezos at $187 billion. Just for the record, billionaires 191. Now there's articles how he's going to be the world's first trillionaire in under 5 years. So probably at the end of Trump's administration. But yeah, 191 and 187 billion. And at the time, Jeff Bezos was 56 years old. Society of Jesus, 191, 187, 56. Remember, Elon Musk is going to turn 54 this year. They live. Cable 54, enemy of the world. He offered $54 per share on April 14th, which was written 14/4 in the majority of the world, to purchase X or Twitter. And for the record, in Sumerian Gematria, X is 144. It's just where you multiply the alphabetic order times 6. So he made his purchase for Twitter. And don't forget, he rebranded on the 24th of July while the country was 247 years old. And then they put up an X on top of the Twitter headquarters. And then supposedly 24 people petitioned to have it taken down. Then in 2024, he synced up with the other guy who runs his Truth Social. Remember all Trump's 47 rituals at Truth Social. So Trump's got a gazillion 47 rituals in the bag. But yeah, that was 172 days after his birth, or 172 days before his birthday. That's the Jesuit motto, Ad Merum Dei Gloriam. And again, just coming down to Tesla. Died January 7th, 43. So 78 years to the day, he becomes the richest man in the world for the first time. And Tesla was also born in 56. In light of these guys taking office together in the 119th Congress, in the time of the 119th Congress, Nikola Tesla's 119. 119 is the 88th composite number. Remember, they declared the election for Trump the first time on November 9th. And don't forget either that tarot cards is 119. There's 78 cards in the tarot deck. The top cards are Trump cards. Mega equals 22. There's 22 tarot cards in the deck. Trump's 88. You know how Trump, he always has that thing in front of him. Text 88, what is it, 022, or it might be 880022, but it's that number to text for Trump. It's always in front of him. Text 8822, essentially. Trump 88, Mega 22. So I'll just close. I could say a gazillion more things, but yeah, I think fastest on the draw in the last 3 elections, to call them correctly. Again, we had Trump. And the reason we had Trump on the first day he debated in 2015 is because as soon as he took the stage, they said Forbes says Trump is the 133rd richest man. President's 133. White House is 133. Government's 133. Yeah, you got to follow the clues. Rigged sports, rigged elections. This year, college football season, first ranked game of the year was in Ireland. Who's the Fighting Irish? Oh, Notre Dame. Championship was in Georgia on Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Georgia's coach Kirby Smart started the year with his 95th win. Notre Dame 95. MLK killed on the 95th day of the year. So at the beginning of the year, I advised 3 teams to put a future in for college football. I said Notre Dame, Georgia, in case those two meet. And they did meet in the playoff, and we thought they'd meet 44 years since they played in the championship. That was in the Sugar Bowl that year. They met 44 years to the day of the Sugar Bowl, and you had to get the shooting story to go with it. All this whole year, shooting stories followed the Georgia football team. You might recall the shooting on September 4th in Georgia, right as the football season was kicking off. But so we had Georgia, Notre Dame, and Ohio State. And why do we have Ohio State? Because of the death of Johnny Hockey, who went to Boston College. We pointed out how from his death to the championship was 144 days later. Johnny Hockey played in Columbus, where Ohio State is. Johnny Hockey wore number 13. You might have noticed that Ohio State kept the Ducks on 13 wins, and then they beat Texas, keeping them on 13 wins, getting their 13th win, advancing to the championship, now playing 144 days after Johnny Hockey's death. The reason it matters that he went to Boston College, you see how it's 144 and 54 like Jesuit order? The last time Ohio State won the championship, Ryan Day, their coach, was coaching at Boston College. That was back in 2014 when they introduced the college football playoff. This year, they make it a 12-team playoff. What's the square root of 144? 12. So, again, this is why I advise at the beginning of the season. If you're on the Patreon, we cover sports every day. I said I'd put in futures for all 3 of these teams: Notre Dame, Georgia, Ohio State. You did that. You can just sit back like this today and just see how much money you're going to collect. And you're honestly cheering for Notre Dame if you got those futures in, because that's the way bigger payout. And again, Marcus Freeman does have a chance to become the first black coach to win the championship. Notre Dame's a heavy underdog today. But if they do upset, he's going to do it at age 39 years to the day of the first MLK Day, which was on this day in 1986. And he's also going to get his 34th win 34 days after the Pope's 88th birthday. Notre Dame hasn't won since 88, so There definitely is an underdog narrative, but my people are just like this today. They just sit back. They already won. They just don't know how much they're going to win. They're going to win more, or are they going to win even more? So, all right. Let's take some calls. I did, or here, let me say thank you to the super chatters first, then we'll take some calls. I did pin the link if you want to join. I also posted on my Twitter, which is @FreeToFindTruth. Let's see what the latest headlines are as we take the calls. If only people knew Gematria, they would just see what a joke it is. But yeah, again, if you want to chime in, Martin, I see you're in the back room. Your mic is muted. I'll bring you on once you got your mic fixed. CBD, again, asked why the Gerald Ford thing didn't happen. You just never know exactly why it didn't happen. Might not have happened because people caught onto it, or might not have happened because it's just not time yet. But we know it's not going to be this administration because it has to be an old man and a young lady as the VP. Diane Collins, thank you for becoming a YouTube member. Dante Reed said, thanks again for real news. Been out of the loop lately after dodging the great balls of fire in LA, but all is well. We survived it. Peace to all. And again, lockdown 2025, LA is on fire. More predictive programming. They gave us that movie on Amazon in the time of the lockdowns. Synced up with the George Floyd riots. If you haven't seen Lockdown 2025, there's a viral outbreak that leads to the government locking down the nation, which leads to a race war, which leads to LA on fire. It's like Rodney King beating Spars 2025. Let's hope let's hope it doesn't happen. Thank you again, John, for your continued generosity. And thank you, King Richard TV. I know I covered the Soulja Slim death years ago, and it got so much flack and hate. I just remember people hated that video. They were mad. They're like, he just died on some street-ish. I don't know, man. It's doesn't look like it. It was very much connected to Master P as well, because he started out on No Limit Records. But I know he had that big song with Juveniles. And why not throw out the other 35, right? Rap is 35. The Hidden Hand in the Industry, Svengali's 35. Satan's 35. Baphomet's 35. Okay. All right. Well, we only have one person in the back room, and that's Martin, but his mic is still muted. So, Martin, when you unmute that mic, I'll bring you on. You got to do that first. We got Plain Decoded who wants to chime in. Let me make sure the audio's right here so you're not echoing Plain. All right, you're good to go.
Hey, I just want to be quick. Did you look into the Trump meme coin that launched on the 18th?
The what?
Trump launched a meme coin on the 18th, and I was wondering if
meme coin?
Yeah. And it closed at 72.
Well, hold on. If it was on the 18th, that means it would have been 218 days after his birthday, right? Like Trump has that big 218 connection, like Holy Roman Empire, like how his presidential alert goes out at 218 Eastern. So that's the first thing that stands out, that it was 218 days after his birthday.
Yeah, so he launched that. The high was 72. Crypto, I know, equals 72. No, Bitcoin does. And he's been said that he's going to make a Bitcoin reserve. And then also the low was 46.
Hold on. Pause it. I want to go through all this. Again, just to remind you guys, Bitcoin has the 45 connection, right? Years ago, we told you why Bitcoin was going to skyrocket by that Valentine's Day, synced with the 45th birthday of Nakamoto, 45 weeks. From Nakamoto's birthday, again, he's the supposed Bitcoin guy, Nakamoto, but from his birthday to Valentine's Day is always 45 weeks. So always look for ritualism with Bitcoin on the 45th day of the year, Valentine's Day. And yeah, again, 2025 has a square root of 45. Last year, we told you that Bitcoin would hit 72K on the 72nd day of the year, which it did. And I told you, once it does that, you better pull out because it's going to drop off after that. And it fell back down to 50K. It did go up to 73K on the 73rd day of the year, and then it fell down to 50K. But again, Bitcoin is a controlled currency. It's not the thing to free you either. That's why so many people are caught up in all this fake stuff. Money's 72. Again, all this crypto. And by the way, guys, just crypto has the 97 connection, which is the 25th prime. Again, you'll own nothing and be happy. Owning digital tokens, I mean, you guys, this is all part of the agenda, tricking people into wanting this digital money, which is all going to be part of the surveillance. Don't forget what they did to Bob Lee. They killed him in a big 201 ritual. They even showed you his killer lived in apartment 201. And then the FedNow system went live on the 201st day of the year. Again, Jesuits run these things. Money 72, Bitcoin 72, Jesuit order 72, President Trump 72. President Biden, again, who became senator-elect in 72, also Jesuit educated. Don't forget, you got the first Jesuit pope on the 72nd day of the year. But yeah, it could be a very interesting year for Bitcoin in 2025 with Trump back in here. I didn't know about this meme coin. I'll have to look more into it, but go ahead.
Yeah, so then the following day, Melania launched a meme coin too, on the 19th. And yeah, the low for the close on that day was 46. I don't know if that has anything to do with Trump, except for that he's replacing the 46.
Well, he was born in 46, and he's now the 46th he's now the 44th and 46th person to be president because Grover Cleveland messed up the count. So that's it. Born in 46 and technically goes in as the 46th person to be president.
Oh, okay. And yeah, and then I don't think he owns 80% of the coins. So I don't think he can rug it because then he'd just look like more of a trash human being than he actually is, right? And people would turn against him because his base probably bought it. But there's a chance he could rug it, and then I don't know what that would cause. But yeah, I just wanted to hit you to that and see if you could add more connections to it. And that's all.
I didn't know about it, so I appreciate you bringing it to my attention. I'll definitely look more into it. But the 218 thing is definitely what jumps out to me. Right? That also means it was 147 days before his birthday, for the record, you guys. President of the United States is 147. U.S. President's 147. There's 147 windows on the White House. Again, he sacrificed his ex-wife on the 14th day of the 7th month, exactly 60 weeks into the first Jesuit Ignatian year. So, yeah, I'll look more into it because I don't have any research right now.
Okay.
It says Melania helped launch this as well. How old is she right now?
Well, she launched her own coin yesterday.
Oh, so they both launched their own coins.
Yeah.
Oh, God, she's 54 right now. Of course she is. Okay.
So like what they tend to do with these meme coins is that they'll pump the stock, and then the creator owns most of the coins, and then the inflated value, they dump all their coins, and then they pull the rug and everyone gets ripped off, right? That's what usually happens. So if he does that, that's not going to be good for him. So I don't know what the purpose is, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe if he does it, then he gets a deranged follower that attempts to get him or something. Anyways, yeah, that's all. I'm going to let you go.
Okay, appreciate it. Again, you guys, they're moving us towards this more and more digital, fake, meta, virtual reality. Everything's tracked and surveillanced. Digital currency is that. And people are like, well, that's not the way Bitcoin is. Again, all of these things have tentacles. Digital money is digital money at the end of the day. And again, the Federal Reserve has become involved with it. They did launch FedNow on the 201st day of the year. Don't let me remind you what they did to Bob Lee. I mean, it was wicked. We were speaking out on the streets of San Francisco about it. What's up, Endgame?
Oh yes, I just wanted to chime in actually on that cryptocurrency that you was speaking about. If you go to my Instagram, I actually I covered that as soon as it came out.
Okay, I'll get it up here. What is your Instagram again?
Yeah, it's his in-game exposure on Instagram.
Okay, sorry, I almost never go on there. I got it. Here we go.
Is that
Is it this 218 one?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Where's this from now? Oh, never mind. I got it.
Yeah, and good. You're right. Cryptocurrency 78, like his age right now. Yep, that's a good one. Jesuit cryptocurrency, boom.
Yeah, exactly. And then what's also interesting is Brad Garlinghouse will turn 54 years old on
This is the
I don't
problem. This is the problem right here. This post only has 9 likes. That's the problem with the world right now, man.
yeah, and plus in the Capitals locks, he equals 218 as well. And that's the ticker emblem for the
We've
Trump
been talking
coin.
about Trump in 218 since 2016. There's plenty of rituals of Trump. That was way before he did his presidential alert at 218 Eastern time. And again, you guys, it's a Holy Roman Empire thing. Holy Roman Empire is 218. It supposedly folded on the 218th day of the year, August 6th, 1806. And right now is 218 years since it supposedly folded. You can see how it also has the 88 like Trump. 187 is an interesting number because, of course, it's a big Jesuit number. It's a big DC number, but it's also the 144th composite number. Society of Jesus 187, Jesuit Order 144. Remember, JFK was killed in the 187th year of the nation's existence, 144 days from meeting with the Pope. So again, the way this language is encoded is very cleverly thought out. All right, go ahead.
Oh yeah, also Brad Garlinghouse, the CEO of Ripple, he will turn 54 years old on the Illuminati's founder's birthday, February 6th. And he was on 60 Minutes, the show 60 days before his birthday.
Yeah, how perfect. XRP's done some 201 stuff as well, and the people who sit on the XRP board, some big names on there. But yeah, Fed Now, again, just another big 201 thing. You can't convince believers though. There's a gentleman who's always in my email saying I'm wrong about Bitcoin and it's the thing to free us and it's not the Jesuits. It's just like, dude, where are your arguments at? How many times have we had a dead-on call about Bitcoin and showed how it was a perfect Jesuit scam ritual? And again, it's just you guys all in your belief systems. I mean, none of you guys. This thing is so secretive. You don't even know who made the damn thing, and you think you got it all figured out. Again, all of this digital currency, yeah, you can make a lot of money from it. You can also lose a lot of money, but it's the big lure to get us into their digital system, and that's why I refuse to partake because I don't want to be a part of it. By the way, the Ripple coin, what XRP stands for, the Ripple coin 201. It's also 78 like cryptocurrency. It's also 150 like Illuminati. Who remembers when Alec Baldwin smoked the Ukrainian woman on the set of Rust? On the church shootout scene 201 days after his birthday at 1:50 local time, right before war breaks out with Russia and Ukraine in a big 201 ritual. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
All right. Was there anything else you want to add, or was that it?
Oh, that was just about it. And plus, if you go back to one of my previous posts prior to that,
The one before it, or which one? You still there?
yes, I'm still here.
Which
Hear me?
one?
It was the one right there, yeah, to the right of the 218 post. Yes, that one.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, they do breed these men like cattle. Again, they say Wilt Chamberlain slept with 30,000 women. I mean, you talk about breeding a thoroughbred. How many of his descendants are playing in the NBA and pro sports today? So,
No, that's about it. I
all
just thought I
right.
mentioned that since you brought it up.
All right. Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Sure, no problem. Bye.
Okay, you have a good day. All right, you guys, check him out at Instagram, Endgame Exposure. Doing a good job. Needs more subs, needs more support. All right, let's go out to D26. What's up, D26? All the way from India.
Okay, good to be back. I don't have anything right now according to the current affairs in the U.S. But since you were mentioning about 44 and 46, this has to be a coincidence. I just found out while you were mentioning that to the gentleman that Trump happens to be the number 44 and the 46th person to be the president. I Just a minute ago, I found out this word called as trumpet or trumped up, basically. I did not know this word in English. If you want me, I can write it down in the private chat.
Sure.
Did you know about this word?
Did you write it down? Let's see. The word is trumped up.
Uh, do the Google of that. Google that. What's that meaning?
Trumped up. Invented as an excuse or a false accusation. Yeah. Yeah.
And decode that. That is 44
Like
and
they'll say they
46.
trumped up the charges.
And do the decode. It's 44 and 46.
Oh, yeah. That's funny. And that's what they turned one felony into 34. They trumped up the charges by the numbers. And trumped up's also 134, like Make America Great Again. That's funny. Yeah, Trump goes down as the 44th person and the 46th person to be president of the United States. Perfect.
And I found something interesting regarding the Masons. It's a short decode. Should I go on?
Yeah, please.
So do you know anything about the Masons celebrate two distinct feasts of John?
John the
Feast
Baptist
of
is their
Saint John.
birthday, June 24th, and that's part of the reason they overturned Roe versus Wade in the big 201 ritual on John the Baptist Day because babies and baptisms. What's the other one?
The other one is the feast of John the Evangelist, which is on 27th of December. And I found this on a different page, even by their own websites that is established in the UK, that back in 1717, which we primarily have, you have included that in you wrote that in your book, that is 24th of June 1717. That is the Premier Lodge of England, Grand Lodge of England. Then right after that, like few years after that, they created another, like a rival, you can say, that was called as the Ancient Grand Lodge of England. They had a rivalry for a few years and probably for a few decades. And then 1800s, or just like few years later, until 1823, when they united, when the two Grand Lodges in the UK united, that was on 27th of December 1823 or 1813. Let me just check. It's 18. Hold on. It's 1813, by the way. Yeah, 27th of December 1813. That became as the United Grand Lodge of England, which is all the rivals. They just decided that one ritual is. They had a meeting and they had a unification of that. So, and that happens to be. So now they celebrate both the dates, 24th of June and 27th of December. At the same time, so these are the words that they use for the meetings. I'll just use that. If you want, I can give you the numbers. So the names are in the private chat, and I'll also add the link that I'm referring to right now.
Goose and gridiron, the crown, the apple tree, the rummer grapes. Okay.
So these are the four Masons, or the four, they're called as the Old Brothers, that met for that meeting. And just give me a second. 27th of December. If you decode that, that is 274 and 266.
Like Jesus Hominum Salvator. Yeah, interesting.
And just like 24th of June, if you write that, is also 266. And another thing regarding June 24th, the first Masonic Hall in New York City had its cornerstone laid on June 24th. Guess what, in the year? It was 1826. The same year we had two presidents who passed away.
Here, hold on. For people who don't know this history, again, modern Freemasonry was born June 24th, 1717. And the word Mason is 17, right? Freemasonry has the value of 59, which is the 17th prime. This nation was created in 1776, 59 years later. Again, that's why you learn this knowledge. You can see the real history and why things are done the way they are. Masonic is 74, like George Washington, the Freemason, who the Masonic city is named after. Again, holiday 74. If you've ever looked into why Independence Day is July 4th, there's a lot of arguments that it could have been a different date, especially July 2nd. But Independence Day fits with the 74 theme. Again, where's this whole thing really go back to? The Holy Roman Empire. another big 74. And what's the biggest tool of the Holy Roman Empire? Controlling people through the idea of authority, religion, and government. What's the common religious practice in this Masonically controlled nation where they swear in on Bibles? Again, Jesus equals 74, like cross, like Messiah is 74, like gospel is 74, like parables is 74, even Jesus Christ is 74. And again, if you go to the U.S. Capitol, up on the top of the Capitol building, they have a painting of George Washington in the clouds like he's Jesus. Notice George Washington is 74 in the same cipher as Jesus Christ. But a painting of George Washington like he's Jesus. And then in the same building in the basement, they have an open tomb for George Washington, just like how in the world you can see the open tomb for Jesus. Again, this is why religion is a huge component in the control structure. And there's so many people in the truth community who are very religious. And then you see that they like half get it. They see a lot of the stuff that's wrong, but then that they're totally invested in the other half of what they can't see. And that's because their religion blinds them. And that's why they're the same people that are voting for Trump and thinking the Republicans are the truth. And they think Jesus just brought back Donald. And isn't this what we told you when he left office at 74? We told you that his political career would be resurrected by the Society of Jesus in 2025. Again, this is exactly what we explained 4 years ago. And don't forget, when he was 74 years old, that's when the headlines were coming out of Israel. For the record, Jewish is also 74, like Jesus is from Judea. And for the record, Gematria is 74, and English is 74, and London 74, like where modern Freemasonry is made. And the most popular video on the internet about Gematria is a Jewish rabbi explained that Gematria is energy. But again, when he was 74, there were the headlines coming out of Israel that some people thought he was the Messiah. Trump is the Messiah. Anyhow, go ahead, D26.
Also, what was I saying? John the Baptist, his name equals 59, which is the 17th prime.
Here, you know what? While we're on John, let's just put it up there. John is a 47 word. John is so instrumental in Christianity. The word Christian is 47, going with all that government and authority stuff, and the Masons who are very much invested in the Bible, but more so the Old Testament. Again, how they study the 47th problem of Euclid. It's like you really look at this. And by the way, you guys, here was something I overlooked the whole time. This actually could have told us that it was going to be number 47 on this day and not number 48. Beast is 47. Did you notice that today has 66 date numerology? Like number of the beast is 66. So we get we get number 47 on a 66 date numerology. You get that by adding 1 plus 20 plus 20 plus 25. 66. Okay, sorry, D26. Go ahead.
No problem. That was a better addition with the beast. But I forgot, where was I?
John.
Oh, yeah, regarding 1826, that they had, I did not know about the New York City. The first Masonic Hall in New York City had its cornerstone laid on 24th of June. Just weeks after that, we had the two presidents pass away on July 4th, Thomas Jefferson and John Adams. The letters which I shared on this channel, or probably the previous channels which got deleted, the letters that were exchanged between them, that was about August of 1814, 12 years before that, regarding the disapproval of the Company of Loyola. That's how they termed the Jesuits. And at the same time, since you were talking about Indos as 40, not to forget United States also equals 40 in the same cipher, and nuclear attack equals 40 in that same cipher. And there are only 2 months if we talk about months, there's only 2 months that equals 40. That is September and November. That has the 9/11 connection. I don't know, but I'm always fascinated with the September and November, or something happens in those months. But
D26. Okay. Before we let somebody else get in here, just as someone from India, where Christianity is not the predominant religion, how do you feel about this comment from Chewy100? They wrote, "I still chose to believe in Jesus Christ. What do you believe in then? Because we ain't shit. There is definitely a higher power." What do you think of the many people in America who think the only higher power could be is Jesus Christ, which is one of thousands of religions in the world? What do you think about that?
In terms of God in general, or to this comment?
Yeah, what do you think of this person's comment?
Well, to believe or not to believe, or to believe in one person on the other person, is everyone's choice. But to feel that I am in the right religion is something I don't subscribe to, and I don't think that should be the way it is. You have the choice, you have the freedom to choose, believe whatever you want to believe. And I don't think anyone I have ever felt that Christianity is all false, because if you subscribe, most religions, not all, I'll emphasize that, not all, but most of the religions or cultures or ancient religions or ancient practices have the same kind of general idea of like not to kill, not to lie, not to betray, and all these things. As if that's what I don't know. I don't know the I don't know the fundamental specific teachings of Christianity, but I think most of them are a similar thing, like love thy neighbor and help thy neighbor. I think that's what these are. So it's, if you're only stick to those things, like if you believe in one thing, I feel that's a very narrow minded mentality. So I myself question my own cultures, so that I get a lot of hatred for that as well. But that's how in the ancient cultures, like ancient practices in India, there were a lot of schools of philosophy. So if you didn't know, so there was no kind of censorship, if any say. So I would say,
Sure. Here's just what I want to say. Again, there's thousands of religions, yet so many Americans think the only religion that could ever be right or correct is the one that they were raised with, which is Christianity, and all the other ones are bad and of the devil. And to me, it really just speaks to the power of indoctrination and why we do what we do to little children in this country. Start with all the lies in school. A European guy found a country where millions of people already lived and genocided them, and that was just manifest destiny, and it was a necessity to set up the freest nation there ever was. Again, it's just all these illogical and really, I would say, evil thoughts. I really think it is all evil. Just the school system teaches evil thoughts. Religion, Christianity. I mean, it's hard to find a worse. And this offends people every time because they're like, "Well, I'm a Christian. I'm not a bad person." I'm not saying all Christians are bad, but it's as hard to find a religion that breeds more bad people than Christianity. And a lot of people's takeaway from Christianity is, well, hey, if I just believe in this, I can be a sinner. And that's not the way it's supposed to be, but that's how a lot of people's Christianity works in their brain. And again, you just see that all these tyrants who get sworn in office, they all claim to be Christians. Again, it is the religion that keeps people parked on their hands, waiting for a savior to come take care of their problems for them. To me, it's just such an obvious piece of the cabal's pie for world domination. And again, it's the only religion that has door-to-door salesmen that are often like bitter people. If you let them know that why you're not into it, a lot of times they get an attitude with you. It's like, sorry, I'm probably a lot better person than you, and I don't need your fake spirituality and dogma, and I don't need to condemn you because we think differently about spirituality, which is something that's left up to belief and not based in proof or evidence. But yeah, let's let a few more people get in. You're welcome to stay on D26. Tony was here next, and then it was Jordan, and then it was Child of Allah, and then we got a couple more people in the back room here. I'll add in a minute, but let's get Tony in first.
What's going on, Zach? Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, so today Davos started in Switzerland, which is the World Economic Forum, which is, 201 on today's date. But one of the...
Davos is in Switzerland. What did you say started there today?
World Economic Forum and the Global Blockchain Security. Both of those events taking place in Switzerland right now.
Okay.
So today, one of the topics at the World Economic Forum was the 47th inauguration of President Trump. And they mentioned a very interesting paradigm that we're faced with, that Trump wants to take Greenland. Well, apparently in 1947, not 47, they wanted to buy Greenland back then.
It's just like how he wants the Panama Canal 47 years after we gave it away. He didn't mention anything about the Panama Canal last time. It's just all ritualism. Okay, go ahead.
So with this, they're saying they wouldn't be surprised if there was a U.S. military incursion into Greenland, and also that Europe is weak and that the biggest challenge for Trump would be conquering Europe.
Well, almost nobody lives in Greenland. They clearly want it for energy purposes because I'm sure there's a lot of oil under the ice, and I'm sure they can destroy a lot of naturally preserved territory.
Definitely. And Trump is speaking at the forum on Thursday, the 23rd, I believe. He will be speaking at the World Economic Forum.
That reminds me. I got here. I don't have it up there. I got to remind people where Donald Trump was on January 21st, 2020, the day that Cooties 19 was confirmed in the U.S. in Bill Gates' backyard, who also goes to the World Economic Forum a lot, whose name also equals 201. William Henry Gates, 201, got married to Melinda from the family of Jesuit priests. But again, look up where Donald Trump was on January 21st, 2020. He was giving his address in Switzerland at the World Economic Forum about how the world will never be the same again. And by the way, look at what time he started that speech. You guys can look up the transcript. I've already shown it 1,000 times over the years. Trump began that speech at 11:47 local time, January 21st, 2020. He's always been Mr. 47, even before today. We've talked about this for years. But Trump gave his speech about how the world will never be the same again after his trade deal with China. And go back and look, you guys, on the day that the Cooties was confirmed in the U.S. was the day he was there giving that address. And look at what day the trade deal was, though. The trade deal with China was signed off on January 15th, 2020, a date that's written 15/1 in the majority of the world. Pandemic 151. They say the first case of Cooties arrived in Bill Gates' backyard in Seattle on January 15th and was confirmed the 21st, the same day he spoke at the World Economic Forum with his speech starting at 11:47 a.m. local time. And again, don't forget that in the simulation event 201, 65 million dying. It was given 65 days from Melinda Gates' birthday. And the day that the virus showed up in the U.S. was the 65th day of the Superior General's age. And again, this is how everybody should know these things. They should be bullet points in every American's lexicon at this point. And that's why it's just sick to see him reinstalled by the numbers, as we said years ago. And then to just see all the people who think that this guy is a good thing that it's back. That this guy is one of the biggest sellouts in American history. Easily. I'd say all these presidents are a joke, but I would say that easily in my lifetime, Trump is the worst president we've ever had. And I don't even think it's close. Again, it was never closer to communism. Again, when were we ever locked down? When did we ever have the guy like mocking us in Switzerland, in the banker land, in the Templar land about his trade deal with China? You guys know the only two CDCs in the world that participated in the simulation on the same day the military world games began in Wuhan were China's CDC and the US's. Again, the same rituals are going on in China that are going on over here. Jesuits have been in China longer than the U.S. has even existed. Xavier, he went over and got Jesuitism all through the Far East. They even put out a show about it at the start of this last year. Shogun synced up with the Pope. But yeah, just again, so yeah, Davos, Switzerland. Now they're focused on. Go ahead with everything you were saying.
Oh, that's pretty much all I wanted to tell you. Is like they're talking about testing the might of the U.S. military, and the biggest challenge will be Europe, and then of course not Latin America. Testing the social net, which is like Social Security and entitlements, how that's going to be ran down. Pretty much listing their agenda to break the U.S. and how Trump plays an institutional role in by the numbers.
Yeah, makes sense. All right. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach.
All right. Take care, Tony. All right. What's up, Jordan?
I've got a quick video for you to watch. It's a bit long, but I'll tell you exactly where to skip. It shouldn't take too long. Should I send the link or just tell you what to search?
Do you know how to drop links in the private chat in here? If you just drop in the private chat.
All right, here.
You did it. LA Flame.
Yeah.
Where do I need to skip to?
744.
744. Is the sound going to be important here?
Yeah.
So I was worried about copyright stuff. They love to ding me for copyright. Oh, this is
sorry
Travis Scott. Travis Scott, the rapper.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, here, I'm just going to put this up so people can look it up themselves. LA Flame, Travis Scott YouTube channel, 744.
He says bird flu right here.
What happens here?
So he said he's basically like creating a song, whatever, but it never got released. And he says bird flu. Like, I swear to God, they got the bird flu or whatever he says. Then skip to 844 and you'll see P. Diddy. Like, he shows P. Diddy. And in the background, when P. Diddy's on screen, skip to 844 or wherever you see P. Diddy, whenever.
Oh, yeah, I guess that is him. He's got like an Andre 3000 wig. Okay.
Yeah, Andre 3000's in the song. that that is playing in the background during this. It's called The Ends. It's from the album Birds in the Trap Sing McKnight. The lyrics go, one eye open, Illuminati, 2020, but I can't see nobody, or whatever. Maybe that's backwards, but those are the lyrics. So yeah, and he frequently raps "It's lit" and stuff, and he lives in LA. It's kind of mockery in my opinion.
Well, sure. I mean, what else is new?
And they performed Sicko Mode at the Super Bowl, where they're about to have the national championship game tonight.
Who can remember when the Astros lost to Atlanta by the numbers of that in spring training, and then UB40, their member Astro dies, and then the Astro World tragedy happens all within days of each other, and then the Astros win the World Series a year to the day of the Astro World tragedy.
Right. And then look at this from 1977 when Carter was elected. There's a bunch of music like that. You look into the lyrics and it's like foreshadowing. Bob Marley is Exodus, natural mystic. Many more will have to suffer. Many more will have to die. Don't ask me why. Yeah. Pink Floyd, Animals. You were talking about animals yesterday. Dog, they said, and dying of cancer, and then like a long pause. I've told you about Leonard Skinner, Street Survivor. The second song, That Smell, Go and Stick Them Needles in Your Arm. Billy Joel Stranger, Only the Good Die Young. James Taylor, Honey Don't Leave LA. Queen, News of the World. If you look at all the song titles there, it's just blatant, like, you can hear me okay, right?
Uh-huh.
All right. That's basically it. Thanks for having me.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, Child of Allah, and then we got Saved by Man and Jason up next. What's up, Child of Allah?
Peace, bro. What's going on? I just had to lay down this fact. Like, the Allah is she Olmec god from ancient America.
Allah.
But it is similar to Allah, though. If you dive into the history, you'll see that, you know, people made connections, but I'm not going to get on that right now. But I did want to speak on what you mentioned about not only Trump, but the Christian Reich type thing. Even that Archaics dude, we know he's, you know, controlled, but I'm just saying that he made a good point about the Christian Reich, which is this new movement that's coming through. It's sweeping through the whole anti-woke type movement, the Christian.
Well, it's not new, is it? Christian Reich, I mean, that's been here.
No, it's not new. It's not new at all, but there's like a revival of it with the youth. And I think it's like I don't want to tie it to like that, like white incels, because I'm not trying to speak on the race thing, but that is a component with this. Like, you cannot deny that. And it's a whole civil war between different factions of that right wing. And one of the major drivers of that civil war is this Christian Reich. And most of the dudes that profess this stuff, or chicks that profess it, are like agents. They're sexual deviants, you know, all type of stuff. They're not really for the religion that they claim, but instead they push it on people anyway. And it's like this Handmaid's Tale type thing. And like I said, I'm not on that feminist wave at all, but I just peep little things like this. I see the pattern, I see the trend, and it's very alarming to see where some of these people want us to go. And like, they told us, like, Kissinger and them was trying to get a Christian Reich set up in the South, you know, officially for the multipolar war order thing. They were going to have America withdraw from the world stage. They were going to let Israel and others take the reins, and America was split into a South, North type liberal versus conservative type paradigm. And it didn't go down that way, but what I'm seeing, that movement still is here. So I look at it with a question mark. I'm not saying don't be a Christian, but like you said, Zach, if you don't understand the history of this religion, man, then you don't know why we mention the things we mention. Because I say the same thing you say. I gave up being a Christian. It doesn't mean I don't believe in God, but I gave up being a Christian because I saw the history of the shit. And I'm black. So it's not really for my people like that. Like, if you dig into it, like Solomon, his wife, the black chick, Sheba, was, you know, making excuses for being black. Who the fuck wrote that in the book? Like, I'm cool on that. So for people to not understand that and to be stuck in dogma and not actually look at history, which is more important than religion, because that's subjective belief. History is objective when you get enough data points and you can align it together. You see a commonality. That's objective. If you deny the objective reality, you lost. it's a narked out religion for people who live in fantasy, to be honest. And there's other religions like that as well, a lot of them. But dogma in general, not to beat up on Christianity, so I'm gonna move it on from that. Dogma in general is horrible, and it's the reason why Trump got in. It's the reason why the Trump tars suck him off. It's the reason why you got, you know, your weird agent weenies like Chaotic in them sucking off Trump. A whole bunch of plethora of things, right? It's just a big ass joke. It's a big ass joke. I don't mean to ramble on. My bad.
No, it's okay. Yeah, I said in this stream, I'm just tempted to start pretending I'm an atheist just because religion's a plague of the world. And even just people talking about God, I just think it's mostly bad because it just keeps people in their lanes waiting for some, mythical thing to come save them. It's like humanity needs to become accountable. You get rid of religion, I think you got a lot more accountable people and just less hokey. It's just, religion is such a plague, you guys. It's the worst thing going in the world. There's so many problems connected to it. And I understand you can be spiritual and not religious. That's how I am. But it's just, I just see like the word God, if I had to draw lines out and make a line of good and bad things, that all things are good and bad. But most of the stuff I see connected to God is just bad. It's bad. Bad, bad, bad. Just everything. It's just, so I'm at the point where I'm just like, you know what? It'd just be better if nobody even talked about God. It'd be better. Pray, like I'll still pray. I'll pray quietly. I don't talk about my spirituality and what I pray about and all that. I try to show with my actions what I care about and what people need to recognize. These are the things people should be more concerned about. Like you watch for years, I do these presentations and people come here and their only question is, are you a Christian or not? And then I know what that is. They need to hear that I'm in the same religion as them, or they don't care about anything I'm sharing. Oh, he's not a Christian like me, so I don't care about anything he's sharing there. Oh, then I'm going to go back over here and celebrate Trump because my favorite channel, he's a Christian and he likes Trump. This is what's wrong with the world.
Yep. Yeah, it's the opiate of the masses. It's the dumbing down of people's consciousness. And to be honest, most people in world history were farmers, so they didn't really know shit anyway. But, and then we got people who descend from these lineages of people who were not priestly, they weren't educated. So that's a track record, but I'm not saying you could be stuck there forever.
See this guy in the chat doesn't get it. This guy's comment right here. He writes, bro, you've been around the wrong Christians, bro. You just left a dumb comment. You're a typical Christian. You just left a comment like the only spiritual figure is Jesus. It just shows how close-minded you are. Yeah. So no, you're an example of why I can't stand religion. And then you see you have no ability to reflect on yourself or just hear how dumb your words are. You're the reason I'm saying what I'm saying, Brody.
Yeah, that's the problem with the Christian side, man. Like they don't want to expand their knowledge base. Because I was even telling my mother about some of this shit because she's a hardcore Christian. I was breaking it down, some of the history. I'm like, yeah, check this book out, The White Man Who Wrote the Bible. I know my homie suggested it. I suggested it. But check this out. It shows that, like Paul and Josephus, these are pseudo-graphical characters, ... whatever, it lines up with the Gematria, it lines up with other things. It's like, bro, how can you not see that? You have to be in a deep delusion to see that and then just deny it and keep on going like nothing happened. That's ridiculous. And like you said, religion is a danger to mankind's freedom and intelligence. It really is, bro. Because like you can't be that dumb. You can't be that dumb. Then again, you can. Look at these dudes. Look at
There's
these people.
no separation of church and state. That's part of the manipulation. It's the false language. Again, they got to tell you, oh, they're doing what they do every inauguration. He's at church. He's swearing in on 2 Bibles. Again, they need everybody just following these same indoctrination tools. It's how they keep control over humanity.
Yeah. Yeah, even the mainstream traditions, like you could go to Christian or the Arab Islam, you see how they control people with it. You can go to India, you go to Africa, see how wherever, see how people control other people with religion in the mainstream chronology, the mainstream history. You will see exactly what Zach is talking about. But people they turn a blind eye to it because it's uncomfortable. It's too uncomfortable to live in reality. So let me construct this fantasy for me to live in, this group resonance fantasy, this psycho nonsense. Let me jump into that because it's safe and there's more people here because there's sheep. It is what it is. But
Right.
I don't want to drag it on.
I hear it. We got Saved by Man who joined us, and Sultan just joined in the back room. What's up, Saved by Man?
You like that? You like that title? That name?
Well, you can elaborate on it. It's a little bit different than what a Christian would say.
Can you just give me in the background and, for me to chime in?
You just want to stay in the background? Yeah, you can stay in the background.
Thank you.
All right, we'll let Sultan on then. He was next. Sultan, you got to unmute yourself. Sultan, you're on. Are you lighting something? All right. Sultan's in and out. He's too busy with his sound like I heard the bick. What's up, Wesley Curry II?
Well, one of the 10 horns of Satan is in office today. So
Of course he is. Again, people don't even recognize that. The first tenet of Satanism is to worship yourself. That's all this guy does. And again, the highest degree of the Church of Satan, mega. It's in your face.
he's going to force a law upon America. And he's going to tell you it's a good law and that he's going to give you money to do what he wants you to do. He's going to offer every American $32,523 electronic dollars. And to get it, you must be branded with a barcode on your right hand, wrist, or forehead called the Omni. To get the 32,523.
Hold on. I got to rewind here, and I'm not saying this isn't true. I just haven't heard anything about this.
Sure.
It's just I want to know where this whole thing is coming from, where the research is from, where this has been foretold about. I wouldn't be surprised if they do something exactly like this in the future. It's all news to me. So I want to rewind.
Well, the thing about that electronic money is every dollar of it will be monitored by Taliban computers. Every penny Americans spend of that money will be monitored by Taliban.
Well, where's all this coming from, though? Because I haven't heard about
the Old Testament. The Lord shall smite thee with the blotch of Egypt, the emerald, and the itch and the scab. In the New Testament, the mark of the beast, with which no man may buy or sell, having not the mark. It'll be called the Omni. You'll be offered the
So that's what
emerald.
I'm asking from. The specific dollar amount, the Omni, has this been talked about somewhere?
No, none of you are going to talk about it.
Okay.
Yeah. I can't make you talk about it.
Well, so you're saying the Taliban are going to, they're going to have Muslims keep track of something that's a Jewish and Christian idea?
Every dollar of it is Arab oil bank money.
Okay.
It's going to be electronic. You can't go to the bank and get cash. You cannot type it. You cannot give your friends $20 for a beer. You can't give any to your parents or your children. Only you can spend it, and it's only in the computer. You can't put it in your pocket and spend it freely. It is not free money.
Okay. This thing that you're talking about right now, though, I find it very interesting because this year, January 1st, 2025, was a date with 47 numerology. As we talked about, the word beast equals 47, like Trump, like president, it's a number of authority. But the first story on New Year's Day, or not the first story, but one of the big stories on New Year's Day, if you guys missed it, was Mr. Beast, that he got engaged to a woman who wrote the book, The Marked Children. I was like, God, I mean, like, come on, man. Mr. Beast engaged to the woman who wrote The Marked Children on this 47-date numerology to start this year where they're putting Trump back in, Mr. Mega. And don't forget, Mr. Beast did his first post on X, 201 days from Musk's birthday. But yeah, they are taking us into this digital surveillance state. So how they lure people into, because again, you guys, the last time Trump was in, they did a play on the mark. Remember the first simulation for the scandemic was May 15th, 2018. And the scandemic was declared 666 days later. And then vaccination in Sumerian gematria equals 666, as does computer and internet.
Well,
and they literally were like tracking us and seeing who was complying with everything through the new 5G technology and blah, blah. But anyway, they did this 666 ritual, and then they made it that you had to wear a mask, one letter off from Mark if you want to buy or sell, and in some places you had to get the jab if you wanted to buy or sell. So they definitely did a beast thing in the time of Trump. And don't forget, Holy Bible equals 45. He was number 45 then. Now he's back as 47.
Well, I shall not be taking the Omnibar, and I'm not going to have any problems about that.
So hold on a minute. How are they going to
branded by handheld laser printer, like a handheld laser printer will be touched to the right hand wrist and burned into the skin. It has 2 numbers in the barcode. One number will be each person's personal ID. So when they scan it on the scanner at the store, it will show their name and the $32,523 amount that they may begin spending. The other number in every barcode, in every one of the barcodes, is 666. Most Americans are going to take it. Most Americans are going to take the mark of the beast.
Hey, listen, the average American today, if you said, hey, listen, you got to put a digital chip under your skin, you can already get this stuff done. If you guys don't know, you can get chips in your skin and it can keep all your data and information. They've been advising it for medical records, so you never lose your medical records. In an emergency, they could just scan your thumb or wherever they put it to get your blood type and all that. I mean, you see the benefit. I was like, oh, wow, that makes kind of sense.
Let me ask you, if I offer you $32,523 to get it, you have to be branded with a barcode. You have to get gray scabs on your face that squeak, and every dollar of it is monitored by Taliban computers, and you have to eat the flesh of children.
No, I definitely would never do that. I could have made more money than that off what I knew about Bitcoin in my predictions, and I didn't do it because I just don't want to participate in the digital currency.
The thing is, America could overcome the trouble that's going to happen to them without it. But the idea of quick money, the impatience.
Well, what you're saying though right now, the more you beat down society and the more desperate you make people and the more needy you make them of needing somebody to help them out, the more likely they are to participate in these kind of systems. And that's the way it is for more and more people.
I totally agree.
Yeah. So yeah, a lot of people would. If a lot of people were like, "Whoa, I can get $32,000 if I just put the Omni under my skin," yeah, they're going to sign up in a second.
Burned into the skin.
Well, I don't think it's going to be like that. No, because I know people don't like pain. It doesn't have to be like that.
They're going to pass a law that there will be police at the door.
They got plans
every grocery.
They got plans.
You are not marked.
They've been showing it.
Not let you go in.
They've been showing the little
chips. There with the laser printer to burn your skin with the barcode if you want to go into a grocery store to buy food. That's what the law. That's what's going to happen with the law that Trump passed over you.
It's possible, but I lean more on the idea that microchipping people, because they're already doing this. They've already been advertising this and showing all the people who participate. I think they don't need to be so blatant about things. I think in a way they like being a little bit sneakier. It's just like when I was out in Seattle. No. If you ever saw me in Seattle teaching me about the 666 ritual with the scam and the mask and the Gematria vaccination, people come to me like, well, I don't care about that because I don't believe in any of that anyway. And I'd say, it's not about what you and I believe in. It's the fact they're playing this game with us. You can't see how it's a game. So if you start branding people's skin with the number, even those people in Saudi will be like, oh shit, I'm starting to see exactly what is going on here. You can keep it a little more vague, a little more anonymous. That's all it takes for them to dismiss everything.
There won't be when it happens after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cities get destroyed by nuclear bombs. Chicago, Moscow, Washington, D.C., New York, and Huntington, West Virginia, where I'm living, will be destroyed on the first day of the tribulation, the rapture, the hell. Hell begins the day that happens.
Now, just that movie, The Lockdown 2025, is about the Great Tribulation beginning, and that's something we were talking about, 5 years ago or 4 years ago when it came out. So let's hope we're not that close. Wesley, we had another person hop on here again. I'll see if they want to talk this time. Sultan, did you want to speak, or are we still on the lighter? Sultan. Okay, I'm convinced they're just messing around.
One
All right.
last thing. 2 days ago, I said a prayer to Jesus. I said, Jesus, I failed you by not believing in your forgiveness. I saw a foot that didn't bleed that got cut off. I haven't been reading the Bible every day. I saw a square pit. I've been double-tongued, double-hearted, and double-minded. I saw two creatures, one cutting off the foot, the other smiling. I have failed you, Jesus, by not getting involved. I saw palm trees with orange red in the bottom leaves. And then I said, Jesus, would you give everybody on earth bread? Did you get it?
Did I get the bread from your prayer?
Yeah.
Well, my neighbor did bring me a loaf of sourdough for Christmas.
Well, while everyone is eating the Omnibar tuna, I'll be having fish and bread without it.
Okay.
Okay. I won't go on and on. That's, I don't want to madden you, but thanks for letting me speak.
You're not maddening me. I don't know if it'll be exactly as you say, but I think these are the plans that they have for humanity. They want to build a digital surveillance state, and they want to keep track of every last thing we do. And we're at the day and age where the technology's there. It's just a matter of how do they implement it and how do they go about it. And yeah, like you said, they bring a catastrophe. They blow up cities. Because, see, I say today that I would not do it. And I mean not to do it, but what if the circumstance becomes that I'm a survivor in a place that's blown up and I got a little infant child that's starving to death, and the only way I can feed him is if I take the Omni thing, otherwise we're all going to starve. You know what I mean? That's the kind of situations they want to put people in.
Remember that bread, and remember Jesus said, tell the vision, you shall not need the mark. Tell the vision, your tongue becomes holy light, and when you ask Jesus for food, he will DoorDash angels to you, and they will give you real food to eat without the mark.
I'm not going to diminish the value of prayer. They do say prayer without works is empty, but there are a lot of people in this world, I'm sure, who were praying to Jesus or whatever they believed in and did not get their prayers answered, and they're now 6 feet under or otherwise, because we know this is the way the world is, and that's kind of the problem with religion. It's not perfect, it's mysterious. They say the Lord works in mysterious ways. How many people do you think have been praying in war zones only to have a bomb drop on their house and now they're no longer here? I mean, that's happening all the time. The majority of the world's religious. So again, rather than see this religious talk, I hear what you're saying, but the reason we've gotten this far along is because of religion. So many people have been doing nothing about any of the signs in the world that are so obvious because they're waiting for this character to come down from the clouds and solve all the problems. And that's what's driving me nuts, as somebody who's been speaking out since he was 18 years old when 9/11 happened.
Yeah. Good to hear you.
Do you disagree with what I said?
I'm listening. I like hearing what you have to say.
But I'm not trying to diminish the power of prayer. I do pray. And like I said, I am frustrated with religion and spirituality and what it makes most people do. But yeah, I can understand. I wouldn't demonize somebody for essentially taking the mark if they were in absolute desperation and it was the only way they could save themselves, their child, their family. I would just think what a tragedy it was. And sadly, I think that's where we're going to get to. And I'm sure a lot of people listening here today who'd like to think that they would never do that. They could be the ones that, like you said, it could be like what you just said. They could blow up cities, and you could find yourself in the most desperate situation you've ever been in your life. And here's the government with their solution. Hey, we got the mark for you. Yeah, we'll keep you alive. Just got to take the mark.
While Trump is in office, and after he forces the Omni bar and the Islam money on you, China is going to attack the United States and overthrow the government.
By the way, the Islam money thing, I would also say is a problem with religion, right? Because like you're putting on the Islamic people like is their thing at the end of the day. Come on, we know that the church is the one running this scam at the end of the day.
Look, I'm not into the smoothest, silky, filthy ash. Have you ever run your finger over ashes in an ashtray when you were a kid and it was silky?
Sure. Yeah, everybody.
Well, that's what I hear from most people. That silky, smooth filth. Okay. Islam is the worship of Satan.
Hold on. Hey, listen, I used to teach in South Seattle, which at the time was the most diverse school district in the nation. A lot of Muslim immigrants in there. And these Muslim people cared so much about their children. They were in the classroom the most. They cared about how their students were doing. a lot of good family values within Islam. There's bad apples in every religion, but you cannot broad brush a faith. There are a lot of good Islamic people. I think had you been in my shoes teaching in Seattle, you would have saw the same thing. You would have said, man, the people who care the most about their kids in this community are the Islamic people. I mean, you can't mistake them. I mean, they're all covered in, their whatever their gowns are called. But again, not all Islamic people are bad.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, come on, man. All right, see, that's the religion thing right there. Hey, I would encourage you to go interact with some Muslim people. They're not all bad. I'm telling you this. But I do appreciate you coming on and talking about this today. I think your conversation was very relevant. So I appreciate it, Wesley. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
All right, take care. All right. Well, what's up, GAD? You're muted. Oh, now you're not.
Hey, how you doing, Zach? And how's everyone else doing?
Good.
I guess I'm doing all right, but it's frustrating to just watch all this stuff happen when you've been talking about it and just like seemingly no one cares.
Is the financial support getting better, Zach? What's going on with that?
No, we're down to start the year. We're down this year.
Yeah, man. I hope your situation can get better.
I'm not saying I'm in a bad situation. I'm just saying I have less support this year than I had last year. That's all I'm saying. It's fine.
Oh,
I'm doing fine.
Okay. Well, you're talking about the support. Well, look, I mean,
wrong direction to start 2025, but it's okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's that's to be expected. I mean, people are caught up at the end of the day. I mean, not to say no disrespect to anybody that was supporting you and that wasn't that aren't no more, but people are caught into the circus, man. And it's always good to watch and observe like we're doing right now. And actually, I was dead asleep until I woke up. Oh yeah, the inauguration's in the morning, not in the afternoon. I missed a couple things. I'm going to have to rewatch it, but it is ironic that this thing has already been pre-scripted going back pretty much 100 some years, going back to that book, and to watch things unfold. And like you were bringing out about the Panama Canal was relinquished by the United States 47 years ago. And now we got Trump 47 years later as the 47th president elect, wanting to reestablish control over the Panama Canal. It's just these things are just, it's a joke, man. It's a damn circus. And of course, like what you were speaking on earlier, I think someone else was speaking on this about about these Christians right now. Of course, I'm always profess what I believe in, and what I believe in as far as when it comes to the scriptures are concerned. But I do understand, whenever you speak on when it comes to like a lot of the Christians and a lot of highly radical religious aspect of certain people, not being able to see how they're being manipulated for the script, and how they, like these people, these Christians, I be listening to these people, right? The right wingers, how they really believe that this is the act of God. I mean, now if you ask me, yeah, in a sense it is, because things are being done. But as far as this actually being authentic, I mean, this shit is not authentic at all, man. Like, people can't see the script. People really believe that damn shot that he took on the right ear.
God,
they still believe in that shit, and that shit looks so fucking fake, especially when he went up right after, when with the Secret Service throwing up the fist sign. Like, come on, bro.
And then how about the one after that, on the golf course, where the guy's got his he's got like his bitch tits out. It's like, what? I mean, come on, look how hokey all these stories are, and everyone's falling for this. It's unbelievable, man. It's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable. And I'll be on some of these social media platforms, talking to these people, which I will give some of them some credit, because some of them will at least listen, because particularly these right wingers, because I'll be just trying to get in the mind and psyche of these people. Like, do you guys worship this motherfucker, man? Like he's the Messiah or something? Because that's what it seemed like. They what I'm saying? They act like he's Christ himself.
Yeah, man, that's amazing.
You guys, look at all the ritualism. I mean, this is another one that I didn't even talk about. Trump tapped 13 billionaires for his administration. I mean, don't think that's symbolic? I mean, come on, man.
Oh yeah, 13 is the occultic number.
Yeah, and the land of 13 stripes. We go to 13 years of slave school and learn about the 13 colonies. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I also noticed the other day, what was this fool saying? Was it Trump? Oh yeah, the TikTok ban. You know, the funny thing is with TikTok is that he already said that he was going to try to get them reinstated anyways, you know what I'm saying? And then you saw how like people were bugging out about that. Oh, you know, the TikTok, you know, about the whole TikTok and shit, man. And my thing is, right, like, not to be, you know, caught up in the politics and whatnot, but so I mean, these are the same people that talk shit about China and talk shit about, oh well, China's invading America, right, with their policies and whatnot, and them infiltrating the Democratic Party. But look at Trump, though, right? Look at how Trump is, you know, he's doing deals with TikTok. So it's just, see, I mean, when you look at it all in all, like these people that are a part of these political parties, they don't understand that they're playing into a caricature. You know what I'm saying? They don't understand like how how manipulated they are. You know what I'm saying? To the point where like when it comes to consistencies on their side, they will have like it's like this. They'll have like, you know, the preferential treatment when it comes to their guy, right? And they'll be lenient. Oh well, he's just doing that to make everything right. You know, like. But when it comes to the other party, they'll say, oh, well, it's the other guy's fault, you know. And it's like you guys are played around like a puppet on the string and shit, man. And you know, and one last thing I noticed about this scenario situation, it's damn, I'm kind of lost my train of thought, but it'll come back to me. But all in all, man, this shit is a joke and it's a circus, man. And you know, it's good to be aware and be informed of how scripted this bullshit is, man. You know, because if you're not, you know, you just look like a jackass.
It's so scripted, you guys. Donald John Trump equals 220. Today's 220 days from his birthday. That's how Inauguration Day falls. Remember when RFK Jr. dropped out and endorsed him? That was the 220th day of RFK's age. 220 House Republicans now. They now have the majority in the House. We said that would happen. Again, the 48th unified government in history decided on the day leaving 48 days left in the year, and an election called in the 48th state, Arizona, when Donald Trump equals 48. The whole thing is a giant puppet show. You see what we do. How many representatives have I called over the last 10, 11 years and gotten 0 phone calls back? Again, you guys, we're not represented. We're ruled over. These elections are a sham. They're all rituals, every last one of them. Wasn't the 220th seat decided? God, it was on the 3rd of December. That's what day it was. The final seat was decided on the 3rd of December. Written 3/12, like Trump got 312 electoral college votes, and now he's going to crack down starting in Chicago, the 312 area code. And by the way, again, there's 13 billionaires. I mean, how many 13s are on the dollar bill? It's just all of this stuff is nothing but ritual, and it's all based in numbers because it's all Kabbalah. And again, the cabal. Trump.
Hey, Zach, do you think even Trump has to follow orders?
Of course he does. He's a puppet.
Because everybody says, "Oh no," you know. Everybody says, "Oh no," he's going to tell everybody, "Fuck you," you know. He's not going to go with the agenda, but
he is the agenda.
He is. Okay. And then my bad. I just want to say this, and because I've been you know, like people have been sending me a lot of little things. How this dude, like, here's the funny thing about these clowns, right? And I'm looking at Fox News, and these MAGA hat wearing idiots, man. You know, make America great again. You know, don't even know that they're, you know, the spells being put on them. But you know, that's another topic for another day. But this guy, like, they think that he's going against the agenda, like. I'm just laughing at that shit. It's like, wait a second, but this guy has one of the worst people on, probably the worst person on the planet Earth in his fucking retinue, named Elon fucking Musk, who's trying to bring in little, like, and mind you, these Christians, right, are so fucking funny because this man is literally trying to bring in the fucking mark of the beast. And that's written in Revelations.
Right. He wants a chip in everybody's brain. He wants Neuralink, another thing by the numbers. And you know, it reminds me too, Alex Jones, again, the who's always been a shill, but he used to be a better shill.
Better shit.
Until he got involved in politics. But Alex Jones, who was always warning about the New World Order and the one, he was always saying how there's going to be one North American continent and the surveillance state. And now it's like, okay, Trump's like, he wants to take Greenland, Canada, part of Mexico. He's got Elon Musk with the Neuralink, and now he's all about both of these guys. And it's like, who are the people that just continue to ride along and don't see like how we've done a total 180 shift here?
Exactly. And somebody told me about that the other day. That's the funniest shit about that. Like how, because I used to watch Alex Jones back in 2011, 2012, right? I thought he had some good things to say, but, you know, eventually I started to figure out that this dude, you know, be mixing truth with lies. So that means that he's he's working, you know, par and par with the government. But then like like you said, he was a good shield. Like he was a shield that actually was saying some truth. And now he pulled a 180 and is endorsing Trump when he didn't endorse. He said both. I remember back in the day,
he was all against the political system for the first 20 or so years. But then what was it? The 2020 election, he got all on board with Trump. I mean, come on, man.
Come on. And then here's another thing for a lot of these silly right wingers. Once again, you guys are playing a caricature, right? How are you going to sit up here and say that? Because, okay, we're talking about Trump, right? We're talking about Elon Musk, but there's probably the I don't know, maybe the first or second, depending on who you ask, right? And what they're trying to do. They're both the same. As bad as Elon Musk is, right? The one guy that I could say that is just as bad as him is Bill Gates. And just recently, Trump met with Bill Gates. This guy's probably the biggest eugenicist on the planet Earth that's talking about exterminating people, right? And they both had a good, calm, meeting and whatnot. They both agreed on a lot of different things about the vaccine. I'm watching this video that I'm being sent, and it's like, bro, how can anybody say that Trump is going against agenda when he's with the people that are pushing the wicked ass agenda that you guys talk so much about?
It should have been over in 2020 when he was at the World Economic Forum the day they confirmed cooties in the U.S., gloating about his trade deal with China. I mean, everybody should have known right then. They should have, look how perfect this ritual is. Are you kidding me? And he signed off on the trade deal the day it supposedly arrived here, the China virus. He gets away with doing it too. He's like, oh, the China virus, the China. It's like, dude, I hate how people don't see through the mockery. It's maddening. It is totally maddening. We had another person hop on here. Isaac, did you want to chime in?
Yeah, what's up, Zach? I was going to point something out with Christianity as a whole. When you guys were talking about that, I wanted to bring back some actual history of the Jewish and Roman War. Have you ever looked into that? 70
I know a little
AD.
bit about it, but go ahead.
Yeah, 70 AD. So when our first Gospels were actually written, there was a Jewish war going on in Judea with Rome. So essentially the Jews, they were not about...
Herod's temple was destroyed by Rome in 70 AD.
Yes, correct. And well, what was going on there initially, so the Jews didn't want to do anything with Caesar, the Roman Empire. So Rome required veneration of Caesar, right? You could have whatever religion you wanted, but you had to venerate Caesar somehow. The Jews were not about that. They were not about idolatry, anything. They didn't want to use the coins with Caesar. We can see the Old Testament and the Dead Sea Scrolls tell us that they were waiting for a warlord Messiah. So they were waiting for somebody to help them take over the Roman Empire. Come New Testament, here's Messiah saying, give to Caesar what's Caesar's, turn the other cheek, all this and that. Someone asks you to carry your bag, carry it an extra mile, all Roman rules. It literally started as a stand down psyop religion. Anyone interested in this should look into Caesar's Messiah or Creating Christ. I've been wanting to present info on this myself, but eventually. But yeah, that's literally how it started. It was an amalgamation of many different faiths. I mean, think of it as the original New World Order. That's why there's paganism, Judea. Josephus was the scribe.
Right now,
Somebody's got some.
Yeah, I think
Josephus he was a Jewish scribe that turned coded, started to work with the Flavian Empire, Titus Flavius, Wars of the Jews.
How does that help us deal with what we're dealing right now?
Well, I'm just pointing out for the Christians. I mean, it was literally a stand down psyop. I mean, all this info is the nail in the coffin on it.
It was a step in how we got to where we are today. I mean, it's a long road to where we got to where we are today.
I mean, and they're literally worshiping Titus Flavius. It's a Roman emperor. So that's all. I mean, essentially, what I wanted to add. There's plenty to go into, but yeah, I mean, that's how it started. It's been working well for millennia. So I tip my hat to them. But
all right, I appreciate the history lesson. Yeah, thank you.
No problem.
And by the way, there's this question in the chat. I have a question for you, sir. Is there anybody in the mainstream that you trust that has the information that we would find useful? No, that's my answer. There's nothing in the mainstream that I trust, not even close. I mean, turn it off, all garbage. So, here we got Robino who joined the chat. What's up, Robino?
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah. What's up?
All right, great. How y'all doing, man? I just want to tell y'all, keep doing what you're doing. Zach, I've been following you for some years now, and your research is thorough. I don't have Gematria down to a science. I'll be honest, I really don't know how to do it. I know you explain it, but I just trust those like you who have proven throughout their works, and various others within the chat, have put the work in. And I feel y'all are a strong source. But I just wanted to put out there, this goes for everybody. Be very wary of the medical industry. For those who, Zach, I know you just had a child, but anybody who trusts these medical industry, be very, very wary. I don't know what anyone's spiritual or religious philosophy is, but let me let you guys know, all doctors, as you should know, take an oath. As you know, all police take an oath, all politicians take an oath. The question is, what are they taking this oath to? Well, to specifically get to the doctors in the medicine aspect, every doctor in North America, every dentist in North America, possibly even every nurse in North America is under an oath to Apollo. Now, I don't know what that means to some of you with your spiritual and religious preferences, but to me, that's a bad sign. And this can all be looked up. All you have to do is look up the Hippocratic Oath, or just ask who is the god of the Hippocratic Oath, and it'll tell you it's Apollo. So, these are so-called self-proclaimed Christian doctors worshiping Apollo. These are Hindu doctors worshiping Apollo. It doesn't matter what your nationality or race is. If you are a doctor in this country, you are under an oath to Apollo. So, take that as you may. Me personally, I don't trust them. Another thing I hear you brothers been talking about Christianity. To those who are believers of Christianity, whether you're melanated or not melanated and think it's a righteous spiritual practice or religion, look up the Portuguese Inquisition and the Spanish Inquisition, and you will see the true root of your religious / spiritual philosophy, whichever you want to claim it is. Is very wicked. And that's not like Zach says, I'm not really trying to shit on it. But once again, this is all historical, context. All you have to do is look up the Portuguese Inquisition and the Spanish Inquisition, and you will get to how Christianity spread. And to simply put it, is spread by the sword.
Yeah, but how do we know that? How do we know that that's not a lie? Whoever wrote that is not lying to us.
What was that? What did you say, sir? Excuse me. Hello?
What were you asking was a lie? What part? What were you asking, Saved by Man?
Yeah, well, whoever wrote that, how do we know? We haven't seen it with our own eyes. So how do we know that's not a lie?
Well, I hear your question, and to that I would say, you can take that kind of standpoint with anything. At the end of the day, all of our sources come from MAN, which is man. Very few people, if anyone, can truly say at the end of the day their source is a supernatural deity. So when it comes to sources, bro, we're all getting our information from man. So that would be my reply to you. To answer your question, can I 100% prove? I would have to say no. But then again, can we 100% prove anything that's been given to us by man? Some of the most smartest men have been some of the most wicked. So, you know, I mean, it goes both ways. I would just say use discernment and use multiple sources. There's plenty of books written on this, plenty of scholars. Once again, these are men telling us this information, which goes back to your point. But nonetheless, you know, it is what it is. But like I said, just look up the Spanish Inquisition, Portuguese Inquisition, gain multiple sources, get multiple books, look for multiple authors, you know, and just draw your own conclusions. That's the best answer I can truly give you on that.
Here's just what I want to add, and I want to remind people about this. When the Georgia Guidestones came down on July 6, 76, George W. Bush's 76th birthday, that was also Daniel Coit Gilman's birthday anniversary, and he's the Skull and Bones member who founded the Johns Hopkins University. And you should look into the Skull and Bones, whose alias is Brotherhood of Death, and how many hospital and medical things that they are connected to in this world. You start to realize, like, this should be concerning to everybody, that something calls itself the Brotherhood of Death is so connected to the medical world.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. It's very dangerous. If they just I found this out a couple years ago, or no, I found this out recently, but I guess the article came out a few years ago. The candy, specifically Skittles, has a chemical or had a chemical. I can't remember the specific name. All you have to do is go on any search engine that you deem credible, if there are any, and type in Skittles found with poisonous, you know, chemical or whatever, and you'll find the article. But Skittles was purposely putting something in their candy that, you know, is linked to various body diseases. And, you know, speaking of the medical industry, from the vaccines to everything, it's all toxic. Like I said, these people worship Apollo. And once again, depending on your spiritual or religious philosophy, Apollo will contradict what you truly believe, you know. And I once heard a battle rapper say, and this is facts, man, and I'm sure most of us can relate to this in this country. How many times when you were a child did you go to the dentist, get your teeth clean? The man or woman dentist says, don't eat sugar. And then when you leave the dentist office, they give you a fucking sucker. I mean, come on, man. Come on.
Yeah. Indeed. When we were in the hospital with the little one being born, they give you dessert and all this sugary stuff with every single meal they give you. It's just
that's
like,
what I'm
God,
saying, man.
with
Like,
everything?
that's what I'm saying. And another thing, to the melanated and non-melanated, don't always focus your attention on these specific, you know, so-called fraternal orders that are in the know now, because please believe me, there are for communication purposes, we'll just say African, but or we'll say Black for communication purposes, but there most definitely are also powerful Black melanated secret societies. So it's not just the Caucasians,
like the Boule, and
there
like
you
how all
go.
of Martin Luther
Yes,
King
sir.
Jr.'s family's
Yes,
deaths
sir.
are
There you
connected
go.
to the Boule.
And I am a child of that. My mother is a witch, Zach. I just found this shit out, bro. My mother is Alpha Kappa Alpha. And when I tell you the things I've been through in my life that are all leading back to her and my father taking oaths, brother, the shit's real, man. Like, people, men and women of all nationalities and races they're cursing their bloodline.
Yeah, secret societies. Again, if I became president, the first
Yo,
thing I would do to pledge the American
that?
people, I would pledge no more secrecy with the government. We're getting rid of the CIA. It's all secrets. No more. We're not having any more secret part of the budget. I don't care if you think it's bad military. Again, secrecy is the problem. There cannot be any more secrets. Everything must be transparent.
For sure.
And
yeah. Yep. Go ahead.
But didn't they try that and they got killed?
Who got killed?
Fucking Kennedy.
Oh, well, Kennedy gave the speech to the newspapers organization about secrecy and secret societies.
Yeah, he gave a lecture on secret societies. Most definitely.
He gave that speech to the newspaper organizations.
Right. And like I was saying, the thing about it is like, bro, you can go your whole life without even knowing your parents have been held to secret oaths. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm 37 years old, and I'm just now getting to this information. So, like I said, be very wary, and like you said, of these so-called Christians. And I'm not trying to shit on them, you know what I'm saying? But like I said, my mother is an initiated witch who took an oath at her college university, Alpha Kappa Alpha, and then transitioned into Christianity. And she walks around as if she's God-fearing and all these things. But if I tell you the things I've been through, and like I said, this is the average, whatever, American average Christian, you know what I'm saying? Like, she claims Jesus, she prays, she fasts, she does all these things while being an initiated witch in Alpha Kappa Alpha. So even family truly cannot be trusted. It's just really unfortunate. And most of these people do this for political gain. So
Yep.
sorry, not for political gain, for economic gain.
Money.
So
Yep.
So the thing about it, this so-called conspiracy, whatever you want to call it, it's not just with the elites. This shit is local as well. Like I said, my mother is just a normal, average, everyday woman. No rich status, none of that. But she is still an initiated witch who sold her soul simply to work for the state and make a decent average
So I've
living.
been watching your show, and I want to know why you keep calling me a Jesuit. So yeah, Zach, you are a fraud, sir. You are a liar.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
So,
Nobody's talking to you.
so your mother does well. She has a good position in life in her.
No. What I'm saying is the secret society, all these oaths and everything, it's not just an elitist thing. It goes down to the local level. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
From your
Oh, yeah.
doctors to professors, teachers,
Yeah.
like all of these people are under an oath, and not all these people are rich. Like I said, you got people making 50, 60,000 a year who have sworn a death oath. So that's what I'm saying. It's not just elitist. This shit is local as well.
Rubino, somebody in the chat asked if you have a platform where you share information.
I do not, man. And it's crazy, bro, because like I said, I'm 37 and, I've been studying a very, very long time. And, there's a lot of information I would love to enlighten people on. And there's a lot of information I would love to gain as well. Like I said, the secret society shit is on both fucking sides. It is not just the white man or the Caucasian Anglo-Saxon, whatever you want to call him, that is doing this, mischievous, notorious acts to humanity. There is also melanated men and women who are in very same cahoots with this so-called oppressor. It's on both sides.
Yep, I agree.
It's on both sides, and we've been lied to the point that history, bro. When I tell you, I have been digging through history, and these people that they're passing off as, how can I say this? The original so-called some civilizations, let's just say Romans, and let's say Greeks, and we can say English and Germans and Welsh. A lot of these European nations have a melanated indigenous origin that later got overthrown by what we call the Caucasian today. And then those very same melanated families had to fuck themselves back in after being conquered, and they've been in cahoots ever since. This is real shit, man. Like I'm telling you, it's on both sides. And this is what Malcolm X found out that got him killed. Malcolm X was on that white devil stuff. It was all good. But as soon as he started putting pieces to the puzzle together and started connecting melanated men and women to doing just as much treachery to the whole world and not just the white race, they killed him. Why? Because he was going to go to the United Nations to sue for racism. They had to get him up out of here. And there was another brother that was helping him by the name of Patrice Mubia. I can't pronounce his name, an African brother. I think he's from the Congo. They killed him the very same day. A lot of people think Malcolm X was just the target. It was Malcolm X and Patrice Mubia, Congo, whatever. But nonetheless, it is Caucasians and the melanated race, both oppressing the everyday average, what we would call
any
human
Asians?
beings.
Any Asians?
What was that?
Any Asians?
I mean, of course, but once again, Asians fall into either the melanated or not melanated. That's the thing. The original Asians don't look how they look now. They've been bleached. They've been raped. No, this is real shit, bro. They've been raped to the point that they've lost their melanin. So what we call the Asian today is not how the Asian looked 300 years ago. Now, there's still people that look like me in these countries, but the majority, would look like Zach, but once again, but yes, there are also Asian fraternal orders. Like I wouldn't put it past any, nationality, race, ethnicity of a secret fraternal order, but at the end of the day, they are all in cahoots and use everyday common people like us as their pawns until their agenda's done.
Just one little point. Everybody is melanated. It's just some people have a lot more melanin than others.
That is correct. My high school teacher told me we all are shades of brown. It's just there's various shades. So yes, that is a factual statement. But nonetheless, yeah. So yeah, that is a factual statement. So when I'm saying melanated, I'm just saying what appears to, color, hue, whatever, And even though you have that, the average person will consider you non-melanated and me melanated. But yes, from a technical standpoint, I guess you could say we all are various shades of brown. But yeah, when I'm saying melanated, I'm talking about those who would be perceived as African, African American, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But yes, there are African, African American, Asiatic, Latino. There are multiple secret fraternal orders who are all in cahoots. And like I said, if you go to the origins of a lot of these European countries, the origins are melanated. They got conquered, and then those melanated royal families had to pledge allegiance to their conquerors, and they made allegiances through marriage and various other things, and they're still ruling the world today. It just seems that most of the focus seems to be on the Caucasian, while the melanated secret societies play the backfield.
Yeah. All right. Well, I appreciate the information and the point of view brought to the perspective. You got people that really appreciate it. They said, "Hey, you should start your own platform."
Hey, not a problem, man. I appreciate y'all. Like I
Hey
said,
Zach,
this
Zach,
truth
the
needs to get out
Jesuits
there,
are
man.
all over the glove, right?
They operate in 112 countries. That's their claim. Does anybody else on the panel have anything else they want to add in on this inauguration day? Anyone else got anything else to share? Trying to wake some people up out there. If you guys want to join, I did pin the link if you wanted to come on and speak yourself. But anybody who's already up here.
Hey Zach, who do you think wrote the Bible?
Well, I mean, the Bible as we know it goes back to the time of Constantine. I mean,
well, I guess the question would be, which Bible are you referring to?
Okay. Sure.
Are you referring to the King James, the Bible that most people go off, or are you talking about a different Bible?
I don't know that much about the Bibles, different Bibles. I'll
tell you what my research tells me. My research tells me the Bible that most of humanity goes off today in the Western, on earth, whether it's King James, whatever, was written by a man named Williams Tinsdale. His name was Williams Tinsdale, and then the King James Version plagiarized his Bible, and then that's what became a very world-renowned Bible that we go by today. You can look this up right now, Zach. I don't know if you're familiar with this man's name, but yes, Williams.
We're not saying the name that needs to be said. It's Constantine and the Romans are the ones who are the sources of the Bible as we know it.
Well, right, but I'm telling you, the King James Version of the Bible plagiarized Williams Tinsdale is what I'm saying. And
okay.
you can look this up. Williams Tinsdale wrote a Bible that King James, whether it was King James or whoever, plagiarized his writing. So when you're reading this Bible, I don't know about Old or New Testament, but some of those scriptures literally are the words of Williams Tinsdale, not the words of so-called Yeshua or the words of the Most High. When I tell you Williams Tinsdale played a huge role in the doctrine we read today, he did. And like I said, Zach, you can pull this up right now. The name is Williams Tinsdale.
Okay. King James project was with Francis Bacon at the middle of it, and I forget, they say 66 other people, something like that. But Williams Tinsdale, it's fine. I don't. It's just like, to me, it doesn't even matter. It's like the Bible was constructed in Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek. All the English translations are mistranslations. It's impossible for them to be anything but, because those languages have different ideas and concepts that don't even exist within English, that cannot be expressed. And that's the thing about different languages of the world. It's just like, in Sweet Lady's language, there's a way to say good child, but there's no way to say bad child. That doesn't even exist. There's no such thing as bad child. There's only good child. And I like that in a way. It's just like, okay, again, this is the problem. And that's why religion, it just has to go, you guys. Religion just has to go. God does not write Bibles. Man does. So.
Hey, Zach, you do say that these powers are using or following the Bible, right? As a playbook?
They use the Bible as a playbook. Yeah, we was talking about that with the latest, with the burning up of LA by the numbers. So tribute to Revelation 7:1. All right, hold on. We had somebody else hop on here. Visually Stunning Arts. What's up, Visually Stunning Arts?
Hey, can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, so we're talking about a lot of great stuff on this. There's a video out on YouTube. It's called Ancient Bloodlines and Contemporary Power.
When you said the contemporary, it cut out. Uh-oh, did we lose him?
Yeah, we
Anyone
might.
wants to hear about it? I don't know what happened. Visually Stunning. You sounded clear, and all of a sudden it just went away.
Yeah, that sounded interesting what he was about to say.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you.
Just start over from the beginning.
All right, yeah, there's a video on YouTube. It's called Ancient Powers, or hold on real quick. Ancient Bloodlines and Contemporary Powers. It's by Professor Hamamoto and a Dr. Lorraine Morin. She worked at the Livermore Labs in California, the laser facility in California, which is pretty deep. Anyways, she was studying ancient bloodlines and used Russia's genealogy that Russia had that's out there. If you try to Google it right now, you probably can't find it, but there's a report that Russia did their own genealogy, and it goes back to, they dated it back to ancient Persia. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, they dated it back to ancient Persia. And these bloodlines, they all are, they're 13 royal bloodlines. And, it's what's funny about it is Kanye West was talking about it too in one of his interviews. He was talking about the Orsinis, the Medicis, and etc. You're probably familiar with the Rothschilds and stuff like that. The Rothschilds bragged about creating the state of Israel. So they have infiltrated all power constructs. They're not worried about money. Money is not the issue. It's all about control. They have infiltrated Freemasonry. They've infiltrated the Jesuits, which you talked to the Catholic Church. All roads lead to Rome. That was Jordan Maxwell. If you guys haven't researched any of Jordan Maxwell stuff, but really breaking down the study of words and language, and how that's casting spells. Anything that we're talking about, you're casting spells, and their way of communication is through casting spells. So it's all goes back to ancient Persia, and then he also talks about how back in the day, the Zoroastrians, they controlled the Silk Road, the navigation from China to the Europe. And at that time, they infiltrated Jewish too. The Jewish culture, those people that claim to be Jewish, they're not really the real Jews from the Bible, from Jerusalem and that area. If you go to ancient maps back in the day, Palestine was where Jerusalem is now. So they've infiltrated the Jewish culture as well. So they're just basically infiltrating at every single level, and they're all in it together. So all these families are spread out through every culture and every country, and we're just here.
Aren't they satanic? Don't they?
Of course.
Yeah. So if you go into what they study, it's in Freemasonry. They all go to Lucifer. So if you look at Albert Pike's Morals and Dogma, he's a 33-degree Scottish Rite Freemason, and then Manly P. Hall is from America. He's the one that wrote some good books as well, and they break it down just in his book alone. If you read one of Manly P. Hall's book, I mean, he breaks it down just in that and talking about Freemasonry. But if you so what happens there's different degrees, right? So then you're going to have people on this call that are like, well, I'm a Freemason. We talk about good stuff in there. At every degree, they're filtering out people at every degree. Even if you become a 33-degree master, doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get initiated to the higher learnings. You still will not get initiated into the higher teachings unless they feel that you're willing to sacrifice and risk it all for their cause. So, yeah, you might have some Freemasons that are on the call that are 32, 33, and they're like, oh, well, no, we don't do that. But it's in their books. If you go into Albert Pike's Morals and Dogma, he talks about the worship of Lucifer, the morning star, as they would call it. But really what they're trying to do is get us off cycle from the original vibrations of the earth. Pope Gregory moved from the Julius Caesar calendar and moved us into the Gregorian calendar. There used to be 13 months with 28 days, which is 364 days, and then 1 day of rest, which would make 365 days. They're moving us off the natural frequencies of the earth, and they want us in fear. So they want to keep us in the level of fear, so we stay on this realm, because we need to upgrade to love and stay in and get into the next level of what it is. So basically, when they talk about hell on earth, it's that lower frequency, lower vibration. That's why if you listen to music and if you go into the reason why they moved the 440 hertz frequency, the concert pitch 440, Joseph Goebbels, whatever, Hitler's propaganda man, went across Europe, changing the concert pitch from 440 to from 432 hertz to 440 to get us off the natural rhythm of the earth, because they know that frequencies are very important. So when you talk about frequencies, everything vibrates. You get into like Nikola Tesla and stuff like that. Everything has a vibration. Everything has a frequency.
All right, man. Thank you. Listen, I can tell
I'm
you.
I'm blowing his mind, y'all. I'm blowing his
I
mind.
know
So
you're
that's as much as I can talk about.
You haven't said a single thing. I don't think that anybody in this community doesn't know. I'm not putting you down. I'm just saying. I know it's obvious that you've gotten into truth and you're learning about some things. It's like, okay, man, trust me. A lot of us have known this stuff for a long time. And just for the record, that's not a Tesla thing. That's Hermeticism. Everyone should look up the 7 Hermetic principles. One of them is the principle of vibration, that everything carries a vibration, and that vibration has a real influence. And another principle is either you're the one being influenced, or you're the one doing the influencing. And think about the way that is, because almost everyone is being influenced by a small group of people who are doing the influencing through this occult knowledge. And that's what we're trying to get people on board with. But yeah, no, I mean, you're on the right path, man. It's just, I can tell that you've gotten all this information, you want to share it, and it's cool. It's just, trust me, we've talked about it all a gazillion times, and so have many other people. It's not new to a lot of us. You're on a more advanced channel. This isn't the rookie channel. This is where a lot of people who get what's going on stick around and listen. So
Zach, yeah, but I just want to say something real quick before I get off and you try to get me off this. One thing is, y'all got to live in love, and I know what you're trying to say in that regard, but when you guys are talking, you guys aren't really talking. You know what I'm saying? You guys are saying the same shit with no answer. So make sure you're spreading love and energy and information, and don't be shutting people down. That's bringing that to you.
Hater energy. All right, rookie. All right.
Damn, I was gonna say something to him. He left though, but to the dude that was.
No, I don't want to hear that. Listen to him. You gotta come with the love.
No, for sure.
Let me talk for 5 minutes about shit that we already know because we don't want to yesterday, rookie.
No, I just wanted to say to the dude that just left, when he was saying that he's talked to Freemasons who, deny the things he's asked him. I just wanted to tell him, bro, these people are under a death oath. They are not going to admit what is going on in that lodge. You know what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, I don't care if the Mason is your brother, your mother, whatever. A Freemason who took a sworn death oath and put curses on themselves at every ritual for the next degree cannot be trusted at the end of the day. They just can't. And I don't care if they're inactive, because that same Shriner who did all those Luciferian, whatever rituals you want to call it, will leave the lodge, become uninitiated, and then go be a Christian and tell you that Jesus will forgive you for every single thing he's done in that lodge. They can't be trusted. They just can't.
Yeah, indeed. So, what's up, Corey? We got Corey in the building.
Hey, what's up, Zach?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Oh, I just can't believe how American people are so ignorant to think that their vote still matters and that voting is totally bullshit. And
facts, real shit.
You know that it's like they want to just recycle the same people in office every 10 years.
Yeah, and again, the way they set up the system, just this. A new guy every 4 years or sometimes every 8 years. It just keeps people thinking nothing changes. It's just a new puppet's in there. He might be on the other party, but just nothing changes. More problems, more taxes, more of the same. It's just, again, what I'd like is to actually get a real leader in there, an honest person. And he can stay in there as long as he needs to be, because it's hard to find a real leader. So,
like who?
Yeah. What about Senator Rand Paul? What about him? He seems like he's the only one.
No way. Him and his father are both puppets. His father's a
Yeah.
lot better than he is. He's the worst. His son's a total joke.
We
God,
cannot
I
get
can't
a
even tell you how many
righteous man in the
56
White
rituals he
House.
did in the time of the cooties, acting like good cop against Fauci. Just
Mhm.
total puppet. Total
Hey,
puppet.
what about the guy the Kennedy that has the voice, the funny voice?
Well, again, he had his anti-lockdown mandate on Georgetown's birthday when he's a Georgetown prep grad, and then he enters the race in the Jesuit ritual, and then he gives his first speech on Ignatius.
I think we just need to get rid of all presidents and all leaders and just get rid of DC completely and just knock down the White House.
Hey, keep talking.
Right?
Say that enough, you'll have the feds come out to your house too. Again, so I agree. Though. That's what I said. I had the feds come out here because I said we need to burn DC to the ground. I'll say it again. They come out here again and visit me. So.
Yeah,
Hey, were you intimidated? I mean, was that a scary visit? I mean, Zach. I mean, you
No,
know,
it wasn't because if you ever come have the FBI meet you, they dress real casual. The first guy who came out had a Hawaiian shirt on, unbuttoned, mismatching shorts.
Yeah, they came to my house too already twice, and they said they've been listening to my messages on Instagram.
Well, they'll come to your house if they're really the FBI. They'll come knock on your door and talk to you.
They said they were the local police and they were working for the FBI, and the FBI told them about my messages on Instagram.
The FBI do collaborate with the local police. They actually had me come down to the police station the last time they came out here. I mean, I didn't get arrested or anything. They just and I couldn't believe what the conversation was about. I was like, this is unreal. So
yeah, they just feel threatened by us because we know the truth.
They are trying to intimidate you. They want you to comply like everybody else. Why won't you just get your shot and shut up? So. Yeah. Are you still there, Corey, or did you freeze?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Was there anything else you wanted to say?
You think if everybody got their head out of their ass and stopped voting, people would start to wake up and see the truth?
Well, that'd be a step in the right direction. Of course, you got to do more than that. Like you said, these feds need to be gotten rid of. They're not doing anything positive for the world. There's nothing they're doing. Everything's good and bad. If I could point to a few positive things in the federal government, I'm sure they're there. But those things can be done by some other agency. We don't need this super corrupt federal government. All kinds of taxation without representation. All kinds of lies, deceit. Again, the real crumbling of the towers, the feds are involved. The real scandemic, the feds are involved. These wars that we're paying buku dollars.
The burning in California.
So yeah, the federal government is evil, and the puppet show. How much do we spend on these rigged selections when they've already chosen their puppet who they're going to put in there? So the whole thing just needs to go.
Yeah, we should be able to serve ourselves and protect ourselves, right?
Again, I wish it was like the Wild West, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, the world would be more dangerous, but it would also be a lot more and true. And a lot of shit talking losers. I'll tell you what, they'd be 6 feet under right now. So.
Hey, you're locked in.
The guy just came in here. I let talk for 5 minutes. Most of us are just asking the same thing. Like, okay, we can tell this is some young guy who just woke up. He just learned some things. He wants to get on and share it. That's fine. That's good. But then when I said after 5 minutes, once he got the Hermeticism thing wrong, I was like, okay. And then he's like, oh, well, all you do is talk about the same. It's just like, dude, look at you, man. You're just a walking contradiction. Don't be talking about love when you're not even full of love. You just want to hear your own self talk. And after your 5 minutes got cut off, you got nothing but bitter negativeness coming out of you. And just, again, he represented to me in a way humanity. It's just like, there's a lot of people that need to go more than the feds themselves. So,
hey, Zach,
solve a lot of problems.
Hey, Zach, you're locked and loaded already, huh?
Hey, I knew Washington State was going to be clamping down. I got well equipped long before that happened. Here. Washington State, we've lost our Second Amendment rights, but for all of us who got it done before then, we're good to go. So. Lost Queen's in the chat saying you're not acting in love now. Lost Queen, I'm just calling spades spades. You just heard the young guy. I let him talk for 5 minutes, and then I corrected him, and then he got all butthurt and started talking shit. And it's like, see, you're not operating from some love principle. You should have said, "Oh, thank you. I appreciate the correction." Again, there's so many people flaunting the love word who are full of shit. That's another word that I said humanity would be better off without. Here's words that I think humanity should get rid of. God, not because I'm an atheist, just because it doesn't help anything, and love. I think both of those words in a way should go, because some people talk about this love thing, and they don't have any love in them. They don't have any love in them. It's just even the Jack Talcott guy who I brought on, who has the word love behind him. He's not really full of love. He just wants attention. You try to share something on his show, he gets all a butt hurt. He's like, "Oh, it's all about me." It's like, "Oh, I thought it was about love and knowledge, but really, it's all about you." And again, just the whole lovey-dovey people are mostly full of shit people, and you just heard it there from that one guy. He wasn't on any love vibration. He was on a ego trip. So, and then he got corrected, and again, all butt hurt. That's not love. So, and Lost Queen, I don't claim to be all about love. I'm the guy who's fed up with humanity. You know what? I've sat here and lived a life of service and helped people, and I've seen what humanity is. Humanity is mostly takers and ungrateful people, and who just take and don't give anything back. So no, I'm not all lovey-dovey. I have this view of humanity. Like, yeah, maybe the Illuminati is right. Maybe it is time for major depopulation. I've always been that person. So I don't know why you're in the chat all confused right now. I'm still going to speak facts and truth and try to enlighten people and help them change the game. But most of them don't want to change the game. They're just a bunch of losers.
Just start handing out birth control like candy to the kids, right?
No, I don't want to do that either. It's just, I'm a realist. That's what I
Yeah.
am. I'm a realist. Someone says, and you think you would survive? That's not what I said. It would be a tough world for all of us. I'd probably do a lot better than most people. But again, I'd just rather live in a more authentic world. See, your comment right there, and you think you would survive? Your comment is why they have us where they have us. Because you're so afraid. You're so afraid to have to be on your own and take care of yourself. You'd rather, give up your dignity and your rights and your liberties if you can just have a little bit of safety. Like the guy came on earlier. You'll take the chip and just do whatever they'll tell you to do as long as you got some food on your plate and you feel a little bit safe. That your comment right there speaks to that. All right, hold on. We got a couple more people on here. I got to wrap this thing up here pretty soon too. What's up, Trey? And then we got Victor. Trey, what's up?
How's it going, Zach? Hey, I just wanted to chime in real quick on the love part, man. Yeah, I'm all about love, bro. And I just want to say, if we being real, love ain't always easy though. Like when I look at you and what you're doing, I consider that love. I consider it love for the world. Like you're trying to, you say to me what it seems like you really care about this place. You really care about humanity and good and going in the right direction, and you're out here working hard to achieve that. And but love just ain't that easy. You know what I mean? But while you're doing that, you're definitely sitting here super duper frustrated and irritated, and it's super justified. But you know what I mean?
But there's things that override love, though.
Say what?
You said you all about love and we should be about love, but there's things that override love. There's things much stronger than love.
Like what?
Like fear.
Yeah, fear's the strongest one. That's what they use. The young guy who came on here, the know-it-all, he did have it right. They have everybody in the fear vibration. That's how they control them, and that's why they're always pushing fear.
Fear is love. Like I said, bro, I love my mother, and here I am thinking she loves me. But at the end of the day, her oath with AKA supersedes anything she has to do with me and her husband. Like, don't get it twisted, bro. When these people take these death oaths, they supersede marriage, children, everything, bro. Like Zach proves over and over. These people who take these oaths are sacrificing their children, dude. Like,
that's a
love is
if you
strong,
look online, there's a lot of people speaking out about what they don't like about secret societies, and they're commonly speaking about how their fathers were Masons and all they cared about was their brotherhood, and they totally neglected their family for their secret society. There's a lot of stories like that.
For sure.
I knew a guy like that. An older guy. He's about 20 years older than me. He used to be one of my customers when I had my medical business. His name was Jack, and he said my father was a Mason. He's like, we were nothing to him. It was all about his society. So.
Wow. Yeah. That's what I'm saying, bro. These death oaths is strong, man. Like I said, it's local too, man. It's not just global elite. It ain't all that. This shit trickles down locally as well. What do you think a police officer is? He's sworn to a police oath and his Freemasonic oath. 90% of cops are Freemasons, bro. Like this shit is real, man. It's deep.
And
It's real deep.
hey,
It's
and
deep.
he's guaranteed his job and then his pension afterwards,
Yep.
right?
Yep. Hey, bro, there's one thing about a Freemason. As long as you continue the rituals or whatever, 9 times out of 10, you will always have finances coming in. It's usually the Masons who are inactive, break the oath, tell the Seekers or whatever, who end up getting fucked over. But if you keep to that oath, no matter what degree you are, you will usually 9 times out of 10 at least be able to have some form of income coming in.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah,
another.
I feel y'all. I hear y'all too, and I don't disagree at all. I mean, well, maybe a little bit. I guess what I would say is that, of course, there's things that can overwhelm love, and you know, like fear and like irritation and anger and stuff like that. But I feel like at the end of the day, that's what it's really what it's all about. That's what's going to get us through. That's what's going to get us across this line. Like, again, using Zach as an example, what he's doing every single day for how many years, Zach? Bro, that's
August
not love, bro.
2013.
No,
That's
that's
11 and a half years now.
No, that's most definitely love. But at the end of the day, bro, it's still going on deaf ears.
But
Because
look,
the shit Zach's talking
'cause
about shit. Go ahead.
The point I was making though too is right, like you just said, that's definitely love. But at the same time, we all know he gets on here and he goes on his rants and he'll tear your ass a new one. Everyone, you know what I mean?
No, for sure, I agree
but
with
like
you.
that's him looking at this sorry ass place and letting his anger about what's going on overwhelm his love. But that don't mean that he shouldn't continue to have the love and keep going the direction he's going. Because if that to me, what y'all are saying is that anger is stronger than love or fear is stronger than love. That means one day Zach could probably drop this. You know what I mean? But I don't feel like Zach would do that because he got too much love, bro. He's gonna keep going no matter what.
I'm saying this, bro. Like, you're right. Love is great, but when I say fear overrides love, I'm saying I'll give you an example, and I want you to answer this question honestly. Okay, I'm going to ask you a fear-love question, and I want you to truly answer this honestly. You're in Florida, and you're just walking along the grass, and whatever, there's water to your left. A fucking alligator comes up and snatches a loved one near you who's walking to your left. You're on the right. You got your mother on your left. You're walking in the grass near waterbed. An alligator comes and snatches her. You love your mother. Are you jumping into that water to save her, or is that alligator fear of you dying just like her going to stop you?
To be truthfully honest, I know you're probably not gonna agree with it, but I'm gonna do what I can. I'm gonna do what I can. I don't know if that means jumping in the water, but I know I'm not.
No. I need an answer to this question, bro. We all know how alligators work, my nigga. They take her and she's going under. There is no trying to help. You're either going in the water or you're staying on ground and you'll never see her again.
I think that was a great answer. I think that was a great answer, brother. I'm gonna do what I can. That's right. I think that's a great answer.
Hold on, man. You saying do what you can, but we've all seen crocodiles take antelopes into the water, bro. It's like that. There is no do what you can. You either go in or you're on land, bro. Like,
hey, man, I do truly love my mom, bro. I think I'll have to get up in the water, bro.
Okay, that's the answer.
Listen, the answer to this question is if you don't help out your loved one from the alligator, you're a punk. You're a bad person. And the other answer is we live in the age of weapons, and you probably should have been strapped, and you could have just smoked that alligator real quick.
I hear you, man.
I don't know about being strapped
Zach,
on the beach.
if somebody offered you, hey Zach, if somebody offered you $1 million for the Free to Find Truth website that you have, would you take it, or how much would you sell it for?
Well, hardly anyone even uses it. That'd be a no-brainer. Then I could put it towards something that people actually cared about.
Right.
So.
All right, but yeah, man, I appreciate y'all letting me talk. I just wanted to throw that out there because I really do. I do express that all the time to dang near everyone I talk to. I really just think that's what's going to get the job done. And yeah, we could let a lot of things get in the way of that, and it's not easy to love all the time, but we got to get better at it. We got to work on it. We got to keep doing it. You know what I mean? That's just the perspective I got for it.
Yeah, and to communicate how I am, I'm the guy who helped out my neighbor who I knew was an asshole and got my house robbed for it. And, you know, I still help out my neighbors. And even though I don't like humanity, I still come on here and share knowledge every day and try and wake people up. So
that sounds wrong, bro. That didn't sound right. Yeah,
well,
I hate humanity.
that's how it is. Yeah, I mean, how could you like humanity if you were awake and knew what people were about? About what? 1 out of 10 people's decent at best.
I don't know if you realize Saved by Man, but we're the very vast minority. The people here, there's not many like us, bro. We are really at a deficit.
Here, I don't know if Victor got to speak yet. Let's let Victor get in, man. What's up, Victor?
Hey guys, hey, thanks Zach for letting me on. I wanted to say you've been an inspiration to me. I'm 61 years old, but I used to be a.
That looks like chaotic truth.
Hold on. All right. Sorry, I'm getting saved by man out of here. I'm starting to think he's a troll. All right.
Yeah.
Well, what's up, Victor?
Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks for letting me on. I think we have to continue to fight, man, for your daughter and my children. I'm here in the Jesuit stronghold in D.C. I won a case, a federal case against Marion Bow Wow Bowser through the Children Health Defense Fund. There was a act that the city council here pushed. It was called the Minor Consent Act, where the government said they had the power to inject your child with any vaccine and withhold the record of what vaccine your child received and made your insurance carrier pay for it. And so I joined Booby Kennedy back in 2021. We got the case dismissed, and then we came back 2022 and whipped their ass on 18 March 2022. I lost my marriage over this, but I want to tell you guys that Zach has awakened a lot of us warriors up, and we're on the street, a bottoms up movement. We're grinding. I won this case with my 13-year-old son. What he did was he drew a picture, and it was called peer pressure, and that took the judge to another level where that drawing said that my son was in imminent danger of taking that damn jab, because in DC, by the way, I know I'm all over the place, but in DC, they were having pop-ups. Since they won the first round in court, they put up all these pop-up clinics to entice your child to go down the hall and get a jab without the parents' consent. This was a move against the Constitution, our First Amendment rights to govern the upbringing of our children, freedom of religion. This was a move to separate children from their families, and we kicked their ass. My 13-year-old child is now 16, kicked 13 city council members' ass. And they do everything by the numbers, Zach. When they saw that they had to repeal this law, they came back on the 33rd meeting. It was all by the numbers to come back with another law that said if your child is emancipated, that is, out of the house or whatever, then they can, the city could act as a parent and inject these children. So I just want to say to you guys, stop being a coffee shop revolutionary. Not all of you. We got to do like Zach was doing, pounding pavement. We got to learn how to fight in court. There's a way to do it. And I for years, I used to listen to Amy Goodman and all these stupid programs, and you just get frustrated. But, Zach showing us this science, this 18-year-old young brother. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I get it. Here, while you're getting it, you guys, what he's talking about children's defense, that's RFK Jr.'s thing. And there's definitely a good side to RFK Jr. I'm a little bit, I don't like some of the stuff.
But he's an asshole, Zach. He's an asshole, man. And that's what I wanted to say, that all of these guys are Jesuit scumbags. I've been on their marches. I've seen exactly what you freaking saying, man. You on point. You see through all this shit. And we won this case. There was money on the table. His program brings in like $3 million. The attorneys came back to us. We had an opportunity, Zach, to get every politician out of office. During the negotiations, once we won, we started putting our demands in. We was like, hey, we're going to have censors come in. We're going to count to make sure you're not violating this injunction, blah, blah, blah. The city officials came back saying, we'll pay your lawyers if y'all say that we didn't have intent to do harm. So you translate that to say that if there's a bond that these politicians have to post in order to be in office, we had an opportunity to get them out of office. And my dumbass fucked up because we opted to pay these dumbass attorneys because I wasn't on my P's and Q's to see that they were already paid. And my attorney was telling me, he said, you know, Victor, you and your son did all the work. With all the legal crap that they put in this brief, my son's drawing exceeded the injury set by the Supreme Court. And if you go online, look at Booth versus Bowser. Go look at that. I mean, I had lawyers on the West Coast all over. But when Kennedy gave us credit, he said, oh, we won this case. We won this case. We won this case. But they didn't even compensate us. They didn't do shit for us. Wow. And that's how we get fucked. Because when we're at this bottom coming up, they'll put a Martin Luther King or any of these guys in charge of this movement and then blow it up. So my son saved a lot of lives, man. He came from my balls. We have to understand that your girl, your baby girl is what I got to die for. What happens to you, Zach, happens to me. That's why I support you on Patreon and every brother on this channel. We have a duty to uphold this Constitution, man. And these assholes like Trump, all of these motherfuckers got to go. I'm in a Jesuit stronghold. My family's in a book called Black Georgetown Remembered, and niggas couldn't even go on the campus. And some of my family members my wife's is a Delta, now X. A lot of my family members were in these secret orders. They did it to survive. Yeah. So now I'm holding on to what's left of my family, and I'm going to the next level. I just followed this guy named Dr. Shiva Ayurveda. I think he has a thing called Shatter the Swarm, and it's in line with Zach is saying. If you look at this piece, Shatter the Swarm, he does a thing called system science, where he shows there are 5 elements to the science. You got an input, you got a transport, you got a structure, you got conversion, and you have an output. That's a dumb open loop system. But when you start looking at closed loop systems, you have intelligent systems like your thermostat. It has a controller. It has disturbance. You have a goal. The goal, I'm going to set the room temperature to 60 degrees. Then you have a sensor to detect that disturbance, calls back to the controller and cuts it off. That is a smart system. That's a closed loop system. And this is what this guy's teaching. But he got on the ballot running against Trump. And he said that these guys will never say his name because they don't want any attention drawn to him. But he got on the ballot in California, in Tennessee. So this is an Indian brother, claims he invented email, 14 years old, like Zach, 18 years old, sees right through the shit. My 13-year-old sees that the mayor Bowser was doing peer pressure to entice these children to get the jab. So we have to keep telling each other this information. Zach, you got to keep doing what you're doing, man. You can't stop. You are saving motherfuckers out here. I'm one of these motherfuckers you saved. So, and I'm taking it to guys in DC, Maryland, and Virginia. So we got to I'm at work now. So we got to keep grinding, man, until the last bullet, period. But I suggest you guys check out Dr. Shiva. He has a nice platform. He trains you on how to be a warrior scholar, to go out and fight in the courts, to do stuff. He got regular people becoming, what do you call it when you went for office as a president? You have the electors. He's got average Joes becoming that. And with armed with Zach's information and his hellified knowledge of history, I mean, it's just, and you pontificate. You don't get on a rant, bro. You be pontificating. That's a different thing. So, but with your information, man, it's giving me the steam I need to keep rocking it, man. So I just want to say thank you, man. Thank you. There's a brother here in Maryland named Darren Muhammad. He has a program on radio called State of the City, and he's always referencing your material every time you come out with something. So we love you, man. Just keep doing what you're doing. And all you brothers on here, we got to stop talking about love and all that. We got to strategize. We got to have we see the code. We can see through it. We see it scripted. You can only reach those that are willing to be reached. But we got to look at Dr. Shiva's program, see if we can just organize at our local areas and affect change, because Trump and these motherfuckers are scared of us. They are afraid of us, and they're afraid of us waking up to this bullshit. That's all I got, man. Love all you brothers, man.
I want to go ahead and
Hey, peace,
I
man.
want to second Mr. Victor Booth, man, on that. I really do love and appreciate you too, Zach. Like, you have no idea, bro. So yeah.
Well, I appreciate it, Trey. And just so you guys know, when Trey came in the community, I was always tough on Trey. Trey's got thick skin. You know, some of these people, like the lady with the queen, as soon as I went against her little love argument, she got all nasty in the chat. It's just like, see, that's the problem. You're just getting all mad about one little thing. You got to have thick skin in this world too. Trey's definitely got it. Jay, I texted you this morning. Did you get my text message?
No, that's one I've been trying to get in contact with you about. Is that I don't know if your phone number seems to not work, because a lot of time there's messages that I've sent and they haven't gone through.
Okay.
It seems like, and I'm not getting any messages from you.
Okay. Somebody donated money to you through me this morning, so I was trying to send you some money. They didn't know how to get in contact with you, so they sent it to me and told me to send it to you. So, yeah, and I've haven't heard from you for a few months. So I was like, did he change his phone number?
Yeah, I've just been doing stuff. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you have my email, GematriaEffectNews@gmail.com.
I should have it.
Well, just send me an email after you get off the stream so I can send you my number. So we can
Gematria. Okay, I'll comment it to make sure that's the right one.
It's just like my channel name, but all together, GematriaEffectNews@gmail.com.
And no 25.
Huh?
I'm saying no 25.
Well, I have that email too. You can send that one too.
I was just making sure.
I got a gazillion emails because I've had how many channels I've had to make. So
okay.
But yeah, just send it so I can get you the money that was donated this morning. And so
Okay. I want to tell that person, give my person my thanks and appreciation and stuff like that.
His name Dale. If you want to say thank you, Dale.
Dale. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Dale. Much appreciated.
Somebody talking to me.
Well, you might be Dale too. I don't think you're the same.
Oh,
Dale.
that's crazy.
My last name is Curry, and I heard somebody saying Curry. I was wondering.
Oh no. But what do you want to talk about, Jay? What's up?
No, I just wanted to call in about the love thing, because I think the guy was, the guy that was earlier, he was speaking facts. RFK is, I made several videos exposing RFK being a clown, feeding into the, the racist stuff because he in the fake health stuff, but not to stay to, not to stay on this same topic, but I just wanted to give some insight that I feel like is much needed, because it's not, there really isn't a one size fits all on what is the strongest emotion for human beings, because it's really going to be different for everybody. I know the emotion that I'm most susceptible to is not the same thing that everybody else is susceptible to. Based off of the stuff that I've done in my past, I would say that the emotion that I'm most susceptible to is anger, and that's just not the case for other people in my family and stuff like that. And even when because he asked the question about the crocodile or the alligator, dragging their mother in the water. The truth of the matter is, bro, there's really I don't think, me personally, I don't even think oh damn, because the reality situation is, most of the time you really don't know what you're going to do in that situation when the situations come, because the circumstances of what that's happening right now can always be different than the circumstances of what's happening later on. And I think that's important to recognize, especially when the guy was talking earlier. He was talking about getting a chip and all this stuff, like you were literally saying. He was like, yeah, right now you wouldn't get it, but you don't know what may happen in the future that may compel you to be like, oh damn, because now you have a family now. Before you might not have had a family. The same way I'm talking, I might not have had, you know what I'm saying, reasons to live, that I may have, later on. So the perspective may be different. The circumstances that shift your perspective and your decision making and your thought process will not always be the same. So you really don't know, because I done seen people talk you know, crazy, like they was gonna do this and that, and then situations came firsthand. I seen them freeze up, you know, and you know, because it really depends. Like some people are not susceptible
Hey,
to
there's the
fear.
video evidence of who I am, man. When I was signing that guy's book in what was that, 2020, 2021, around Antifa, and then Antifa jumped him. Man, I
Yeah,
went right in there to help that guy, and I ended up taking the bear spray in the face, and people want to make fun of that, but I didn't even know that guy. He just showed up, but then Antifa tried to jump him right away. That's what I was going to make about the alligator. Honestly, if I saw somebody getting attacked by an alligator, even though I didn't even really know him, I would try to help out,
yeah,
taking the risk, because I would feel bad if if I watched them die and I didn't do anything. I think, well, that was pretty cowardly,
yeah,
man. Just
and
watch the
and
guy
I would say
alive. I mean, how am I
right,
going to do that? Now I got to think about that every night, how I didn't do anything and I watched a person get eaten. I mean, if it was
right,
one of my trolls, I might sit back and laugh. I might be like, well, now that's some karma right there. But if you're not one of
right.
my trolls, I'm probably going to help you out. So,
Right, like find a stick or something like that, like whatever you can. But like you said, that's why it's important to, you know, be armed and stuff like that. And I can say that, you know, I would do something similar, especially one of my family members, because I've been, you know, in the situation at that point where, especially like, you know, being like the you know, the one man in the household a lot of times, because right now I live with majority women except for my sister's boyfriend and shit like that. But yeah, like like without a question, like if there was like an intruder or something like that, or somebody came through, like, you know, doing stuff, like, you know, if I'm babysitting, because we babysit you know, a lot of, you know, babies in our family and stuff like that, and you know, my sister's about to have, you know, one, and it's like if somebody did something to them, like without a shadow of a doubt, because I know, because I've been in those situations, like somebody tried to do something, like I would not be like, oh man, like no, I would 100% stand in front of them, like I would 100% protect them, I would 100%, you know, jeopardize my life for their safety. Like if somebody came and tried to, you know, and like, and I had my cousin's infant daughter with me, or somebody else, like I would not be like, oh no, like no, I would, you know, same thing with all the other people, same thing with my sister, all of them, like I wouldn't, like,
sure. Again, circumstance dictates a lot about life and the decisions you
yeah,
make, and that's why it's better not to judge people, and it's better to put yourself in somebody else's shoes and try and figure out why they're doing what
exactly.
they're doing. So,
Exactly. Because you may be a selfish person that ends up, not you, but I'm saying, like, for example, somebody may be selfish and be like, oh, and think that, you know, and on the vice versa, somebody may think, oh, yeah, I'll be too scared to help that person. But then when the situation actually arises, you actually end up surprising yourself, and you actually do, you know, step in front of them, or, you know, to catch a bullet, or to do whatever to save them. And your body just moves without thinking, because you didn't know that you were more susceptible to the love than you were to the fear. So you really, you know, because of the circumstances were different now. But that's all I really wanted to give insight on.
I'll say real quick is I feel like that last part you said, that's like, you know, there's fake love and there's real love. Like when you said like you just automatically stepped in front of them, that's real love.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? That's actual love. And then just to go on the general sense of what you were saying, uh, I'll just take it back to what I said when I first got in, is that it's just not that easy. It ain't always that simple. So even like
yeah,
the people that you said you seen froze up and stuff in certain situations, I mean, and they were talking a big game before, like, yeah, it could be like that, bro. It's just it's hard to do the right things. It's hard to love. It's hard to, you know, sometimes the bad things are easier to do, like be angry.
right.
And not that saying that that's like again, anger could be definitely justified. Like we're all angry at these evil fucks. That's completely justified. But in some situations it's not right. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I've definitely been angry to the point where, you know, it's like I'm not proud of it. Like I've done a lot of things because of my anger, and you know, it's not something, when I say I'm most susceptible to anger or wrath, it's not something like I'm bragging about. It's something that I, you know, I wish I wasn't. I wish I was more susceptible to love and and grace and faith and stuff like that. And maybe it would change in the future, but right now, me being honest, that's not where I'm at.
I feel that. I just tell you what I always tell everyone else. Like, practice makes perfect, bruh. I love me some sayings,
Yeah.
dog. And practice makes perfect, dog. Just
And I
keep
should,
on practicing, man.
I'll be honest, I should be more like, I'll be honest, it's been times where it's like I should have been more fearful than angry, because it's like, there's been times where I could have, I could have really got like, but I didn't care, because I was just angry. Like, that anger superseded that fear, and
I'll tell
you
you
know,
what, though, bro. It definitely sounds like you want to. You know what I mean? So, you
yeah,
know what I'm saying? Internalize that, utilize that, and just, again, like I said, practice, bruh. Practice any way you can. Like, whenever you catch yourself in them situations, like, try to catch yourself.
Yeah, practice
Yeah.
and focus on your mental state is one thing, but also being able to change your life circumstance and overcome the hurdles you're dealing with is another big helpful thing. And I know that's something Jay's working on right now. And
yeah.
again,
And
it's not
another,
an easy time to be alive or to be a young person having to grow up right now with everything going on.
yeah, it's just not that, and it's one of the reasons why it's like I'm not even sure if I want, not to be in the negative mindset, but it's like I don't even know, like I don't even feel right about having kids until, like, stuff is different. But yeah, I mean, it's another thing too is that a lot of these emotions, they bleed into one another. Like, you can be angry because of something that you loved, or be fearful because you don't want to lose something that you love and shit like that. So that's another thing. Like,
Dude, I'm right there with you, bro. I'm 30 years old, bro. My time's are ticking. Like, when it comes to having kids and getting married and stuff, but like, bro, I mean, we gotta be real, dog. Look around. It's hard to
exactly.
find a woman, bro. With this in our
Yeah,
generation, they
yeah,
are trash.
100%.
They're
My
trash.
generation, I'm not even trying to like be like funny or be mean, but it's like, man, I looked like around. It's like they people are not taking care of themselves. Like, they are just, it is just so obvious, especially in my generation. Like, it is so rare to find just a woman my age that is not like overweight, just looking crazy. Like, it is just so hard to even find that shit. But that's because they have us eating all this shit that they fucking got us fucking used to eating, all this, like the drugs and everything in this food. It's just like, I see women that are like fucking 10, 15 years older than me, and they look better than females that are in my generation, that are my age. Like, that's a problem. Like, that is not okay. Like, that is a problem.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's really the problem. There's definitely some fit people out here. I mean, definitely
It probably
declining
depends
for
on where you
sure.
are.
But
I don't know. He might be right. America might be the most obese nation, though. He might be.
Like,
no
yeah,
doubt
you'll
about it.
find fit people and people that take care of themselves, but they are few and far in between.
But I
From
think
in my
the most
personal experience where I am.
Just right there, though. Again, the stat for America right now is about 50% of children are clinically obese. That's
That's what I'm
insane.
saying.
Yeah.
When I was a child, it was about 1 in 500. Now it's half.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
When,
crazy.
when I was in school, you could like, and there would be like one or two, maybe three max, like overweight kids in the class. And as I grew up and became like a scene, like, it became to the point where damn near everybody in the fucking class was obese.
And
At
now
least
the
like
president is Mr.
most of them.
McDonald's. It just
Yeah.
makes it even worse. You guys, I got to
Just-
wrap this thing up. So let's go through everybody. Your closing remarks. Keep it to a minute, 2 minutes. I do got to get off, though. I went overtime. Let's start with Elohim since he hasn't spoken yet. But yeah, 1 to 2 minutes, closing thoughts, and we'll wrap it up. All right, Elohim, what's up?
How you doing, Zach?
Yeah, what's up, man? I'm doing all right.
Just to touch on a couple of things you guys were talking about, and I'm gonna go quick. Just for the whole being mad and angry and love thing. I feel like if you're a man in this country or just in general, I feel like you should wake up every morning
You cut out, Elohim. You said if you're a man, when you wake up, you should feel a certain way, and then it cut out.
Hold on, can you hear me?
You're back.
Yeah, I think if you're a man in this country or in this world, I feel like you should wake up every morning angry at the world. Like, maybe I'm always angry every day when I wake up. Maybe it's because of the coffee. I don't know, but I feel like you should be just angry at the world, especially how this nation is being ran.
But then you got to use that anger to do something productive and positive for yourself and hopefully the world, not just like go and punch holes in the wall or
Oh no,
or
of course. No, of course. You obviously have to use that anger to obviously advance in this world, in some way. But just to touch on another thing, Zach, I just genuinely feel like these people that are running the show are literally on the brink of winning. The only way for us to compete, is to have the same amount, if not the same quality of weaponry that they have, and day by day, we're just losing our rights and giving up our guns and stuff. So I know you're very optimistic, and
again, this is the way I see it. It's a game that they set up for us. The game of life. They were winning from the beginning because they made the game. It's like people need to see the game for what it is, and we need to break the game. And the way you break the game is called revolution. And a lot of people aren't up for it because within the game, even though everyone's got their complaints and they see what's wrong, they're like, you know what? I still got a hot shower. I still got my Cheetos, my favorite teams on. I can still flip the lights on and off.
And Zach, I had a quick question for you personally. I know you're very, up and down on what you think is true or not, but to what extent do you believe any of this is real? I mean,
what do you mean? Any of what is real?
Just anything they tell us, from NASA to space to everything. Like, to what extent? Because
I think they lied to us about almost everything. I mean,
well,
almost every single thing they tell us is a lie.
See, right there, you said almost, and it's almost like, some of us do believe that they're lying to us about. I believe they're lying to us about everything, but it seems like some of us still have this like hunch to want to believe some of the shit they tell us, So that's what I really want to ask you is to what extent do you think?
Well, I don't really believe anything they tell us. But if we're trying to get to the shape of the earth is not really something they tell us. It's something that's been known through mathematics and observation for a long time. So if that's where we're going with this, if that's what you're trying to say, the shape of the earth, that's what the whole PSYOP community is like. It's NASA, it's the Rockefellers. Like, these things were understood thousands of years before these people even existed.
Okay, no, I don't want to get into that conversation. I just wanted to know your viewpoint on that, because there's literally videos on YouTube of fake astronauts and then basically the whole moon landing thing was literally like a movie set.
Hey, 201st day of the year, Neil Alden Armstrong. But again, to justify NASA's existence right now, the budget for NASA is $68 million per day. That's a lot of money going to NASA. And the NASA is dedicated to advancing flight. No doubt they've advanced flight in technology. I mean, they came out of the Air Force. But yeah, how many of the things they're doing are bogus? I mean, I asked the one dude, I said, what's NASA's accomplishments? He's like, cancer research. I said, so in the time of NASA since 1958, has cancer become better or worse in terms of how it's affecting humanity? Obviously, the answer is worse. So that's the thing people need to think about. All this money that we spend towards science and research and development, and then the problems just get worse and worse with time, and then somehow the community has no answer. Anyway,
exactly.
We got to get I said a minute to 2 minutes, so we got to get through everybody here.
Okay, two more.
You want to go next?
Two more quick.
Okay, go ahead, Elohim. Go ahead, real quick.
Going back to the guy that was saying about it's hard to find a woman in the United States. I personally don't think so, but I do understand what he's talking about. But you can always grab your passport, go to another country, grab your woman from another country, uh, so yeah, that's my
Well,
whole response to
I
that.
think that is the right move at this day and age, because things have gotten bad in the States, and some of the most indoctrinated and programmed people, sadly, are the women. There are good women out there, but man, they're a declining commodity.
Anyway, that was all, Zach. Thank you.
All right, appreciate it, man. Take care.
Yep.
All right, Jay, your turn.
Yeah, that's like what you're saying. That's all I was trying to say. I don't think I won't say it's hard to find a woman. It's definitely not hard to find a woman. And to be honest, I could have slept with a lot of women if I wanted to, but I didn't want to because it's hard to find a woman that's on like my same level, like my same wavelength is what I was trying to say. I don't know if he was talking about me or the other guy, but that's essentially what I mean. And I just mean somebody that, take values, their health, take care of themselves and doesn't feed into this, all the shit that we've been indoctrinated with and programmed with because of, of our culture and what we grow up believing. Like when I hear people talking about this 50-50 bullshit and all this other stuff, I'm just like, if you truly love the person, right? It's gonna be that how you should look at it is both sides giving 100%, because there's gonna be times where technically, I guess in that sense, you have to be, we have to do more because something may end up happening and vice versa. So like just the way people talk about shit and the way people look at shit, it doesn't even make sense. And it's just social media has a part in it. I'm not one of those people that are like, I'm kind of like more like a fighter. I'm not one of those people that are like, oh, I'm just gonna go overseas and talk to, and talk to different women. Even though maybe in some aspects they may be better, but I kind of want to like, break the cycle that's going on here, because I don't feel like if you just run away escaping stuff, like it's the problem isn't gonna end, and it may come back to where you are. But that's basically what I was saying. Like it's not is people in general. I don't want people in the chat to feel like I'm like trying to bash women or anything like that. I talked about women specifically because in terms of finding like a partner to be intimate with. People in general have become worse in terms of like their mentality and their health and what they value. Most guys don't are the same way. They don't value their health. They don't value none of that shit. So I'm pointing out how people in general are becoming worse in that aspect, and it's becoming harder and harder to to find somebody that would have those values, because we have been brought up in a society where those things are not prioritized. The opposite is prioritized. Convenience and pleasure is prioritized, and finding somebody that prioritizes those things and values those things over convenience and pleasure is what's harder to find. So I only talked about that specifically when it came to women, because I'm talking about how it's hard to find a partner that's on that level. But that's because everybody in general is, essentially the product of how we've grown up, to put people in these situations and in these neighborhoods where they don't have as much access, or they don't have the incentive to buy healthy food because the junk food is everywhere and it's cheaper. So it's like that's because of the society that essentially we've been molded by. But yeah, that's my conclusion.
All right, Jay, I appreciate it. And send me the email.
Okay.
Got to send you over the donation. We got to get reacquainted through the phone. All right, appreciate it, Jay.
Thank you for the support.
Yeah, of course, man. Next up is Trey. What's up, Trey?
Hey, I hate to drag along the whole women thing, but I think Elohim was talking about me because that's what I had said. But because I do want to clarify, I ain't never had an issue getting a woman. Like that's not what I meant. Not finding a woman is, essentially easy. What I meant is a woman with a good mentality, a good heart, a good soul. You know what I mean?
One that's
Like
worthy of a
that's what's hard.
relationship. Yeah, one worthy of being a mother and having your children. I understand.
Exactly. And point in case is, I mean, look at our community. How many women is here? Like 3?
Well,
You know what I
there are
mean?
some good women in the community.
That's what I'm saying. Like there's like 3.
We live in such a difficult age. Like I just read somebody in the chat criticize what Jay was saying, and then they said, "Man, I get a different woman every day." And what you're like you're saying, this person in the chat's trying to say Jay's the problem with what he's saying, and then he's bragging about how he gets a woman every day. Well, in a way, you getting a woman every day, it might be good for you and your feelings, but you're also giving a lot of women more of a body count, and then those are women that I'd say no sane man would ever want to be married to or have a long-term relationship. You want to be with some woman that has an OnlyFans and she's been with like 50 dudes and she's only 20 years old? I would never want to be in a long-term relationship with that. But that's like the society we're creating. So for the person in the chat saying Jay's the problem, I'd say you're part of the problem. And that's the thing that we don't have like a cultural like litmus test or values. And that's all. I mean, that's how they messed us up again, you guys, because had we just been like our ancestors and we didn't grow up in slave school, and what we did is we grew up with our tribe or our family, and maybe over here in the tribe, these people have a different bloodline than you, and you're like, how. I mean, when did you start having feelings for girls? I remember I got in trouble in kindergarten for kissing a girl named Lisa. I wonder what she looks like today. I was in Catholic school back then. I had to sit in the corner all day for kissing. Oh God, I take it back. Her name was Christina. Christina. No, Lisa. Lisa and I used to get in trouble because we play footsie under the table, and the teacher would be like, "All right, that's it, to the office." Now, Lisa didn't get in trouble, but I got in trouble. Again, we start having liking other sexes at a young age. I mean, we're not having sex when we're 5 and 7 years old in kindergarten, but you start to get feelings. I'm just making the point. Had Lisa and I or Christina and I growing up in the same tribe, by the time we're 14, 15, back in the ancestor days, we're probably starting a family. And that would have just been normal. And then it's not like we're not like, instead of being in high school and expected to go through school and then go to college and have all these sexual feelings and racking up your body count. And then you've been with 100 people by the time you're 20 years old. That's not the way it was for our ancestors. If we could just go back to the way our ancestors were, I think it would just solve a lot of problems. I made this point a million times. But again, anyway, sorry, you guys are supposed to be closing out. Let me pass it back to you, Trey.
You're good. I mean, yeah, I agree. I was just saying, I had my first kiss in like kindergarten at nap time. I remember it like it was yesterday. And I'm not trying to brag or nothing, but like, because I'm really not proud of it, perpetuating like what you were just saying, this societal norm that we've created. But I've been active since high school. I went to college as a big, football recruit and everything. You know what I mean? Like, when I got to college, it came to me like it was nothing. You know what I mean? But they weren't quality. They didn't have no heart, no soul, and their mind was in the masses. Like that's what I was pointing out. Like even in this community, there's hardly any women here, and that's just the kind of the point I'm making is like, they're not, especially in my generation. And even the younger each generation is getting worse if you don't know that. But you know what I mean? Like especially my generation, you know what I mean? They're lost in the sauce, bro. They're just completely numbed out and part of the masses for the majority of the part. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah,
I know you got time.
It's funny how everything gravitated back towards relationships, but it's because they are so fundamental in our life. By the way, about this whole Kabbalistic thing, you start looking into Kabbalah, the different sephiros in the tree. The sex one is lower in the tree, and they say like if you're overstimulated with sex, you can't evolve intellectually or mentally. Think about that in our society too, because they do just like drown us in sex-related material, especially this day and age with porn everywhere. And now the government's coming in on this idea that you're going to get in the database. They're going to be really watching you. Again, just tracking every last thing you do. They know who they're going to blacklist the most, who's got the biggest porn addiction. And by the way, just all these databases that get linked all over the internet. So all you guys with the addiction problems, it might not be too far off where you got to register when you go on your site. And the next thing you know, you're a data leak. And everyone's like, oh my God, he spent that much time on there. Come on, man. So anyway.
I would just say this last thing. Yeah, I completely agree with what you just said too, because a lot of my teammates in college, bro, when I tell you like that was all it was about, like it was just, cat this, cat that. Like they was on a mission straight just for that. Like it was dang near to the point for some of them, it was more important than football. You know what I mean? Like that's what all college was about. And like, I'm glad I stepped away from it. I wasn't ever really like that. It just, like I said, kind of came with the territory, and I got what I could out of it. But yeah, I did notice that from a lot of my teammates. They was like, "Yo, I gotta get this, I gotta get that one and this one," and I'm like, "God, bro, there's more to life, brother. There's more to life." But yeah, I'll end with that. Thank you. That.
All right, appreciate it. Trey's a little bit younger than me. Hey, I thought that all started in high school. What's up, bro? What's up, Rubino? What's up, man?
Yeah, most definitely. I'm gonna get it up out of here. Pretty much, yeah. Just everybody in the chat once again. Be very careful with anybody who has that title doctor before their name. Like I told you, they take the Hippocratic Oath and they do worship Apollo. Also, anyone who votes, if you're voting for any politician talking democracy, do some serious investigation. This country was founded as a republic. It got overthrown by a democracy. These politicians talking democracy are wicked. And last but not least, to anybody who truly thinks they're free, look at your driver license. Your name is in all capital letters. Anyone who went to school knows proper nouns are not all capitals. That's for a reason. Peace and blessings to everybody.
Thank you. Great message. And D26, you're still out there. Did you want to close out with something?
Yes, patiently waiting, working in the background. I wish I could show my work, but maybe another time when we are on the private call. I did make some notes back when I was listening. A few topics were covered, but I think right now I did find some news articles. If I refresh the page, one of the things that I've sent on the private chat, if you want, I can reiterate again. Trump wants to be remembered as peacemaker and a unifier. Well, I'll come to peacemaker before, but after that. But unifier is a word that equals 44 and 46, just like as we talked when I first joined the stream. And he also mentions that he wants to be remembered as a peacemaker. Peacemaker, if you know, is the show. Do you know that?
I haven't seen it.
Neither have I, but it's a show in the DC comics, in the DC universe. And the peacemaker is played by none other than John Cena, whose name equals 146, like Trump's birthday. And peacemaker equals 78, like his current age. And another thing that Trump wants to declare a national energy emergency on the first day. And if you decode that equals 120. So that's the latest news about him. He has three things that he wants to declare, like three major executive decisions he wants to make on the first day. I think the same thing he did in his first back in 2017. So I think this could be something like a tribute or like a thing that he does, like major executive orders on the first day itself. Why not? Why not? Because it's also 20/1. But another thing regarding when we were talking back, when I was last talking in the stream earlier, you mentioned about faith, because in my country, Christianity is a minority. But if I don't know if you remember, or if others in the chat remember, that although my religion is neither Hindu nor Muslim nor Christianity, it's like a minority within a minority. Did you know this?
About what?
My religion is not. It's like a small sect within India.
Well, you've mentioned that before.
Yes, it's I think less than 1% of the Indian population. So I've since we were talking about that, about faith. There is a video that I've posted on the private chat. If you just like it, you don't have to play that. If you could just show that video on the screen. I've shared about a video about Vivek Ramaswamy, that he was asked by a very faithful Christian guy when he was pretty rude about asking Vivek about how would he be able to. You don't have to play it, just like that's it. Just show the title so that I hope others will watch this video. It's a short 4 or 5 minutes video. And this is something you should. I would request. I would encourage others to also watch this, because he mentions about, I think, Thomas Jefferson, and how he had a different Bible and he was a deist. I think you also mentioned about being a deist, something like that. So, uh, just in one line of example, he made a kind of joke that not in this video but another video, where in some other rally, another person asked Vivek Ramaswamy about what are his views about not being a Christian and still running for president. So he mentioned, he just kind of like funny, like comically replied that, well, if not to people, if not, people are not confused, I'm running for the commander in chief, not pastor in chief of the United States of America. So that is also one of the things. So yeah, if US is all about freedom in religion, that people should be practicing everything, but at the same time, I feel it's not the freedom of choice in religion. It should be freedom from religion. I think that is why US was founded.
Yeah,
If I'm
freedom from
correct.
religion is what I've said as well. Absolutely, I completely agree. So,
because most of the horrors and most of the atrocities have happened in the past have happened mostly because of faith and because of people's a man's ego to control, I would say.
and
Someone mentioned about
to be right, everyone wants to fight that their religion's the best, the other ones are wrong, and it's just to me, it's just such a silly thing to fight over. It's like, okay, we're fighting over something we literally cannot prove.
I think there are always something good in finding there's always good in, if you find for something, if you're like dedicatedly finding for something, you will find good in almost everything. Even let's say you and me talk about this, that we often think that Hitler had a point, so we find good in it, we find logic in that as well, but that does not justify in fighting, as what we mentioned in the earliest stream, early in the stream, that my religion is the best religion, or the most truth, the most true practice in humanity. Well, Jay is back. Good to see you.
Yeah, I just want to make one final point that I left out.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because I like you saying, a lot of people in the chat are like commenting about how it's so easy to get women, and how it's not, how it's not hard, and how you got this body count, you slept with this many girls. I'm like, bro, how did everything that I say just completely go over your head? Maybe if I explain it like this, you'll understand, or reiterate my point. Just to make this final point. When I said it is hard, what I said is that it's hard to find a woman that shares.
You don't even need to reiterate your point. Everyone who's an
Yeah,
adult sure understood what you said. Just people are trolling it, and some people, they're just all in that. That's just their line of thing. Oh, I get more women than you. It's just like, okay, that's not the point he's making. And
yeah,
Jay and I've talked about this before too. Both of us could have a higher body count. We choose to be more selective.
that's what I'm saying.
You could argue moral reasons.
I've never cared about body count. Like, what's the point? Like, I slept with 20 women this year. That didn't go nowhere.
That's the flaw in humanity. If we could have been made without egos, we'd be doing so much better. So
exactly.
Yeah. All right, Jay. But yeah, don't even get worried about that. And I saw your email. I just shot you my phone number and asked
All
for
right,
your
I just want to make sure
text
that
me
was the
back
right
your
email
Cash
too.
App, please.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Jay. Take care, man.
No problem.
All right.
Well,
Sorry,
in that
D26, you were saying.
No problem. That conversation was not something I would ever be a part of. I think you know that.
D26 has eyes for one lady. He's a classical man.
I think most people would think, if they know my lifestyle, they would think that I'm a saint. I would qualify as a saint.
You
That's
are.
what my
In America,
Christian,
the Catholic Church should actually make you a saint. You deserve it.
my friend in my Protestant friend, he once mentioned that I know more about Protestant, or like Christianity in general, than him and his Catholic friends. And he mentioned that if he had the power, he would just like make me reverend. So, anyways, what was I mentioned? I had 2 points. That's it before I leave, because it's late. But more importantly, I'm working still. I thought I would be ended by about an hour ago, but my work is not done. So, and I have a meeting early morning. So, anyways, I have last 2 points regarding the LA fires. The newly elected or the I don't know. Did he win? How is the Senate majority leader elected? Is this elected or is he elected?
The leader of the Senate?
Yes.
The leader of the Senate is the vice president.
Oh, okay.
Well,
So
there's a
the
Senate
leader.
majority leader for each, there's a minority leader. So the parties vote for a respective leader, but at the end of the day, the vice president's the leader of the Senate. They have the deciding vote if it's needed.
Okay, my bad. I meant the Senate majority leader. His birthday is also on 7th of June, the day of the start of the LA fires. And
Okay.
he's born in 61, and his name is John Thune. If you decode that, that equals 64. 61, just like he was born. And also if you write fire or something like that, hold on. If you something was 60, I forgot what was that. I think his name equals 64 and his 64th birthday of his when the fire started. And the other thing is that, okay, this is something out of not the decode, but there is one good thing I think in the internet. A lot of people know in the West, not only in US but even other countries. There is on the internet there's something called like the algorithm has like there are a few hacks in the algorithm. You can also get through those things. It's a very common hack is you talk about India, because most of the platforms, social media platforms, have a very high usage or high bandwidth, or I would say a high majority, like a majority of the users on the internet are either Indians, or I would say African continent, all the countries within the African continent as well as the European continent combined. So the major share of the users on different platforms happens to be Indian subcontinent at large. So all the way from like Afghanistan all the way to Indonesia. So if you make content about these people, you will definitely get into you might get some traction, but at the same time, the content that you would be posting, and also even if I'll be posting, the only fear of that is it will be you also will be easily getting like into target, and it won't get censored quickly than before. But that's one way to like beat the algorithm, is like you talk about what is the hot topic. So a lot of influencers and a lot of vloggers, travel vloggers, food vloggers, they often come to India. Why? Because there is you get a lot of views, and also the food is also good. That's another thing. But
I like Indian
yeah,
food.
we had talked about that. Oh, by the way, if since we talked about this like last year, if you're ever traveling outside Washington, or I don't know which city are you in. You're not in Seattle, right? You're like away
I'm
from
in a
Seattle.
little tiny town in eastern Washington now.
So I did mention to my friend yesterday. I met my friend after 4 years. He is in Ohio. He's studying something mechatronics in Ohio. So I met him after 4 years. I talked to him about give me a list of good restaurants so I can suggest it to my friend, which he has already tried. He mentioned that it's going to be expensive. It's not an issue, but give me good, authentic restaurants. And I've got some few of the names. So if you're ever moving out of your city, let me know. I will like give you the list. But again, coming to that point about India, so it is actually true. You can Google it if you want. But if you make any content about the Indian subcontinent or anything related to India, matter of fact, one of the reasons that the SPARS pandemic document is not known a lot about in my country is because they have not mentioned anything about India. They always mentioned about Southeast Asia. So if they want to filter out anything, they will always refer to as Southeast Asians. They will not mention about Indians or Nepalis or like Bangladeshis or Sri Lankans or Pakistanis. They will not mention. They will just say it as Southeast Asians. That's it. So yeah, think about that. Well, if we'll talk about that if you want. I recently had decoded something that's happened in Mumbai. So I'm very not should I decode? Should I post it or not? Because I have like two pages of decode.
Post it. I got to wrap this thing up though, D26. But I appreciate it as
No
always.
problem.
I look forward to your post.
And do let me know if we can talk. I've like sent you some I think messages on the WhatsApp.
Perfect. All right. I'll look. Thank you.
Yeah, you too.
All right, take
Have
care.
a good day.
All right, and then to close out with the topic at hand, Trump retaking the office. One important point that I didn't bring up when I began the stream. If you guys got here late, the beginning of the stream is about Trump and his second inauguration. But again, you bring on the callers, you just never know where it's going to go. But to bring it back to the topic, again, go back to 2016. When the election was called for Trump, they said 88% of the vote was in, and he had 248 electoral college votes at the time. Remember, President Donald Trump equals 248 in Gematria. And right now, the country and the Illuminati are both 248 years old. Remember, Kamala and Oprah had their event in Oakland, Michigan, the 248 area code, 47 days before the election. Of course, Kamala's from Oakland in the Bay Area. But the thing about 248, Trump also had the mugshot that was a big viral story on the 24th of August last year. Or God, that was already more, that was in 2023, more than a year ago now. But 24/8, like 248. The thing about 248, besides the gematria and the connection to Trump and the two elections and the timing, again, Pluto, the planet, has a 248-year orbital cycle, Pluto. And Pluto is the root word of plutocracy, which is when you're ruled over by a small group of rich people. And again, you just had Biden give his speech as he went out about the oligarchy, and another word for essentially the same thing. The big tech industrial complex. You got Elon Musk, who's projected to become a trillionaire in the next 5 years, being central to this administration, wanting to implement things like Neuralink, talk about mind control, total surveillance. But again, just this thing about plutocracy and all this ritualism. Again, 13 billionaires, a record amount, 13 very wealthy people, 13's again all over the money, 13 all over the history, 13 goes back to the Illuminati, 13 families to found the thing. All of this symbolism everywhere. And again, just the Alex Joneses of the world warning people about the coming North American continent and the police surveillance state. And you see how Trump and Musk, and you guys don't forget, in 2017, when Trump took office, he said he'd like to censor all of his critics. Don't forget, a lot of us got wiped out for the very first time. We got our social medias destroyed on June 28th, 2017. That was literally Elon Musk's birthday. I was one of those people that got wiped out for the first time on June 28, 2017. It wasn't just me. It was a lot of people. It was a huge wave of mass deletions of people's social media accounts on Elon Musk's birthday in 2017. And again, ever since he took over Twitter, there's been more censorship on there, despite in the media, which is totally Orwellian, acting like now it's just a beacon of free speech and it's dangerous. It's like, well, it depends on what you're talking about. I mean, I'm getting more censorship than ever for calling out these types of things. You might be able to talk more about Trump and, but again, all of this stuff is highly symbolic. And of course, 248 years ago, the country was created. It's like a reversal is happening now. Back then, we were trying to get away from plutocracy and oligarchies and being ruled over by a king and a queen and the church and the state. And now it's more of a total 180. And you got the Alex Joneses of the world like cheering it on. Yeah, that's why it's so comical. It's like, oh my God, Alex Jones, who was like for 20 years talking about and warning all this, now he's like the big cheerleader of it. He's all about it, and people just don't even see it. It really is amazing. Thank you for the last super chat there, Francis from overseas. If you want to know why people are and our society is the way it is, please listen to HG Tudor and get your mind blown and what to do about it and a whole lot more. HG Tudor. Okay, I'm going to have to remember that one. Again, just to run through all the super chats, thank you one more time. 164 said, read Caesar Messiah and Piso Christ. Yeah. Boondock said, cheers from Chicago, Zach. Best to you and your family. I appreciate the 37 from Chicago. I see you. Thank you. If you guys don't see it, it's because Chicago equals 37 in Gematria. Thank you. So does Zachary, for the record. It's going to be Russia and China that bring in digital currency, not Arabs. That's why the BRICS exist. Yeah, again, if you guys weren't here earlier, we had a very Christian man come on and essentially blame everything on Islam. And I just thought, oh, God. I mean, dude, talk about going with the agenda. That was the 21st century indoctrination right to begin. Okay, he'll jump right on board with the Crusades. Shout out to Open Up for being a member and for his MLK Day observation. Indeed. Mike Rawson, thank you again. Kathy Porter with the big 20. DTN family became a member apparently 2 times. I don't know how you do that, but thank you. Thank you times 2. And Jared Bailey versus the world pointed out that from the scandemic to today's 1,776 days, there's got to be something more to that. That is very interesting. Paula the Kitchen Witch said John Jacob Astor IV was against the Federal Reserve. 3 of the world's richest people died on the Titanic. You know, that Rockefeller, he slipped off, supposedly not feeling well. If you guys don't know about the story about the Titanic, again, just things I knew about before Gematria, look up the book Futility, the Wreck of the Titan. It's about the world's biggest ship, the Titan, sinking on its first sail from Europe to America after hitting an iceberg. Came out about, I think it came out 12 years before the Titanic happened. Might have been 14 years, something like that. More than a decade before the Titanic happened. The story Futility, the Wreck of the Titan was written. Talk about predictive programming. And it goes to show you this predictive programming, planned events. If you guys don't know about the Titanic, they say that's not even what ships sank. It was the sister ship that was damaged at port, and they took off the name of that and rebranded it Titanic, and they actually sent a damaged ship out to sea for its fatal mission, seemingly to wipe out some of the biggest opponents of the Federal Reserve. Clever plan. King Richard had a Soldier Slim observation. You never know what you're going to get on GematriaEffectNews. Soldier Slim, the No Limit rapper. Maybe he's thinking New Orleans with the Super Bowl going down there. But big fishes eating small fishes in the entertainment world. A lot of ritual sacrifice. We've talked about how Soldier Slim, his death was connected to Master P as well. He started out on No Limit Records. Story with Master P is his grandpa. I think it was his grandpa gave him $10,000, and he turned a record label made out of gold. I don't think that's a real story looking back. Thank you again, John Mendoza. I think that's one of those stories to make you think you can come up. You can. What's the Master P? The Orange album. No Limit Records, man. When people bought CDs, they came up with a clever idea of making all their packaging bright colors. No Limit. Like a bright orange album this week, bright yellow, neon green the next week. Back in the days of going to the record store. But I can't even think. Master P, he's making the crack cocaine at the beginning of his album. A lot of people ended up in the prison cells taking the advice of these rappers who seem to be part of a more protected thing. Anyway, Dante Reed said, thanks again for real news. Been out of the loop lately after dodging the great balls of fire in LA, but all is well. Glad you're doing well, Dante Reed. Sorry that happened in your city. And again, lockdown 2025 had LA on fire. Movie came out 4 years ago. Thank you, Diane Collins, for becoming a member. And yes, the prophecy of Gerald Ford did not happen, but the prophecy of GematriaEffectNews that Donald Trump would return in 4 years landed, just like the prophecy of Joe Biden would be number 46 weeks after the post. Just like the initial prophecy of 2015 that Trump would win the 2016 election. Again, you learn this knowledge, you can be way ahead of the curve. And by way ahead of the curve, I mean just about ahead of every single other person out there. And we need to get other people caught up to us, because it's not just about being ahead of the curve. It's about trying to wake up humanity to stop this evil game that is, if we're in a vice grip, it's just squishing down on us more and more every single year. And while a lot of people think this is a good thing right now, you can all but guarantee it's not going to be a good thing. It's going to be like when he was in office last time. Some event will happen. He'll be forced to make moves. It'll be the event's fault, not his, because it's what they do. That's how they keep people in the game. Bush wasn't going to be a nation builder like his father, but then 9/11 happened. Again, this is how the game gets played. People got to wake up to the game. We got to end the game. Revolution or bust. All right, True Seeker. Thanks again to everyone who hit the like and the share. And until next time.